Chapter 1452. The Zhang 6 Bodhi tree shook, causing the leaves on the tree to rustle. It was as though pages of ancient scriptures were being unfurled. In an instant it was as though 3,000 years had passed, and he had obtained the Tao and fruit of this life. The chanting of the Buddhas, the chanting of celestial being, seemed to have transcended thousands of eras, resounding beneath the Bodhi tree. It was as though he was describing the beginning of the universe, the birth of heaven and earth. There was only a single figure below the tree. He sat there quietly like a boulder, not moving at all. He didn't rise because of the Buddhas, nor did he rise because of celestial being. At the tip of his finger, there seemed to be a scripture of his own. The ancient scroll was mottled, and as he flipped through it, it entered his forehead and shone on his crystalline immortal platform, forging his own Tao. Yi Fan sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree, comprehending the Tao from the past and present, tempering the true meaning of his emperor's fist, condensing it into eternity. The others were all shocked, because at this moment, all sorts of phenomena appeared. In the distance, the Fiend God mountain range rumbled, emitting blazing light that transformed into ancient runes that manifested on the various mountain peaks. After that, they suppressed this place. Yi Fan comprehended the Tao under the Bodhi tree, resonating with the scriptures of the various gods and devils. He experienced the Daoist of the experts of the legendary era and refined them, allowing his fist art to undergo nirvanic rebirth, transcending above the scriptures. At this moment, all spirits manifested. Different races, different Daoists, different laws, all of them displayed different splendor. They were all existences that were revered as gods and devils in the legendary era. Even though there were differences in strength and even their laws clashed, to Yi Fan, they were all precious references and enlightenment. At this moment, tens of thousands of Tao marks interweaved together. Over 10,000 ancient runes manifested, each of them tyrannically towering, divine might unrivaled, truly descending into the world. The gods were howling, the devils were howling. 3,000 ancient runes, 3,000 great Daoists, all of them were in the most illustrious position, circulating in the sky. Each of them had a grand aura that could suppress the past, present, and future. The most powerful Tao elements, the most powerful inheritances, the scriptures flowed. It was as though numerous gods and devils were reviving, their true bodies descending. Yi Fan silently sat cross-legged, unmoving like a mountain under the Bodhi tree. Only his immortal platform shone brightly, coming into contact with the ancient runes and tempering his fist art. Roar, golden blood chi rushed out from the top of Yi Fan's head and condensed into a figure behind him. It was exactly the same as him and began to perform the heaven and earth fist again. This was an existence that was even more terrifying than gods and devils. He was like a heavenly emperor, and with a raise of his hand, lightning would flash and thunder would rumble. The heavens would explode, as if everything would be destroyed. His hair was disheveled, his eyes sharp. Every movement he made carried the extreme Tao, possessing matchless divine force. This body destroyed the everlasting, existing forever in this world. As Yi Fan deduced the myriad of methods and condensed his own Tao fruit, there were also people roaring in God and Demon Ridge. They saw through the mysteries of heaven and comprehended their own supreme great Tao. This was an underground sea of blood. The heaven-devouring beast's enormous body floated up and down. For 30 years, it had drunk devil blood, devoured divine bones, and refined the ancient ancestors' flesh into its body. For him, these were great medicines, the unbreakable blood essence and bone splendor that allowed his strength to increase explosively. Of course, he also paid a heavy price for this. Devouring the flesh of gods and devils was a type of tribulation for anyone. It could easily cause one to transform into the great Tao. The heaven-devouring beast almost underwent rebirth in this place. Its original body was in tatters and it almost died. Only after more than 10 years did it recover. It continuously tempered itself and forged a supreme beast body. After so many years, the heaven-devouring beast had devoured who knew how much god and devil blood. It shed its mortal body and exchanged its bones, becoming a new body. Its strength was terrifying to the extreme. It had a type of confidence that it would be unmatched under the heavens. After my flower blooms, all flowers will be killed. When I come out of seclusion, whatever human race's holy body, whatever God race supreme being, I will suppress them all and purge them with blood. This was its confidence. It rose and fell in the blood of gods and devils, carrying out the final transformation. It wouldn't be long before it came out of seclusion and stirred up the world. It was also in God and Demon Ridge. There was an ancient land with corpse energy lingering about. During these 30 years, almost no one had entered. The bloody mist was astonishing to the extreme, and a demonic monk was sitting there. He was an earth corpse. With inconceivable ability, he entered the pile of god and devil corpses that even the great sage couldn't approach. He refined the most powerful corpses from the legendary era and refined them into corpse fiends to refine his own body. He was a disciple of the Amitabha Buddha. After more than 300,000 years, his corpse awakened from ignorance. The Buddhist sect protector heavenly art, the Vajra indestructible body, transformed into a demonic body, completely walking towards the other extreme. In the past, he relied on the Vajra indestructible body to withstand Yifan's attack. The toughness of his physique was unprecedented and rarely seen under the heavens. And now, his entire body flickered with black light. It was clear that his physique had become even more powerful. The Vajra indestructible body had been forged into a demonic sovereign body. If not for awakening in this great era, he would definitely be unmatched under the heavens. It was very likely that he would become the most stunning person in the universe, destined to be recorded in the annals of history. He was originally a dead man with reincarnation imprints in his body. After awakening in this era, he had the strength to strive for the top of the ancient road. He could compete with anyone, regardless of who won or lost. And now, the earth corpse was one of the most terrifying existences. He could reach the heavens and move the earth. He was well versed in the Buddhist Dharma and understood the demonic scriptures. With the two as one, it was difficult for him to be defeated among those of the same generation. At the place where he was meditating, the Buddhist scriptures and demonic incantations resounded at the same time. His entire body was surrounded by two types of scriptures, extremely powerful and powerful. In another world, thousands of li away, it was also a life and death danger zone. Within the demonic mountain, Jianghu was roaring. His body grew to tens of thousands of zhang, towering between heaven and earth. Demonic patterns appeared all over his body, making him look extremely terrifying. This place was known as the cruelest battlefield in the legendary era. Gods and devils fell here, and countless experts were buried here. Jianghu was the descendant of the gods and devils. To him, there was no other place more suitable for cultivation than this. In this place, he was favored by the great Tao and focused on cultivation. He directly obtained inheritances from the mountains and evolved many ancient techniques that had been lost in the world. Now, symbols appeared one after another. Every single one of them was a type of god and devil. They turned into symbols and melted into his body. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be suppressed to death. However, he was the descendant of the gods and devils. Ancestral blood flowed within his body, and he obtained their approval. He directly obtained the supreme profound mysteries of the great Tao. Perhaps, no one's harvest was greater than his. It was as if the graveyard of gods and devils appeared for him. The inheritances of the gods and devils from the legendary era appeared one after another and favored him. My Tao, my technique, devour the cosmos and engulf the great wastelands. The gods and devils are destined to rule the world and look down on all races. Jianghu roared, scattering the clouds. He was the sole ruler of this world. In these 30 years, too many things had happened. All heroes were stirring up. 100,000 li away, in an ancient forest in the great wastelands, a great waterfall poured down from a precipice that was tens of thousands of zhang high. Boundless white smoke splashed everywhere. In front of the cliff, the great golden snake gentleman spat out divine radiance and roared with all of his strength. Behind him, snake-molted skin appeared one after another. They were all shed from his true body. The flying snake transformed into a divine art. This type of art required the absorption of a large amount of blood and soul. Countless creatures were used to complete oneself, shedding one's mortal body and transforming one's bones into a snake deity. An ordinary snake molted its skin, but the Golden Snake clan molted their spirit. This could be called a transformation of soul power. It strengthened the primordial spirit, and in turn, nourished the physical body. In theory, they had a total of 9 chances in their lives to be reborn, allowing their physical body and primordial spirit to reach the most powerful state and become unrivaled under the heavens. However, the true transformation was not so simple. Being able to succeed once was enough, and it would be considered a heavenly blessing. This was because most of them would fail and even die miserably during the transformation process. It was precisely because of this that this art was so terrifying. It was known as one of the most powerful heavenly art treasures in the cosmos. Those who understood it would all change expressions upon mentioning it. In these 30 years, the great golden snake gentleman underwent a total of 9 transformations. Although he failed 5 times, he succeeded 4 times, which was enough to look down on his peers. It could be called an unrivaled Tao. During the 3rd divine transformation, he had already reached the 9th heavenly layer of Saint King and reached great heights. Unfortunately, even after the 4th successful rebirth, he still could not pass this trial. He was stopped before the great sage realm. However, this was still very terrifying. He could look down on the world. Who among his peers could contend against him? I'm not as good as Big Brother. I've only succeeded twice, but compared to my clansmen, I'm still far above them. The great golden snake gentleman spoke. His eyes were cold as he said in an awe-inspiring manner, Big Brother's divine arts are unrivaled. When he emerges from seclusion this time, he will definitely kill the human race's holy physique and become unrivaled under the heavens. I want to swallow his flesh bite by bite and use his skull as a sacrifice to 2nd and 3rd brother. The young supreme beings ruled over a region. They were all similar. During these 30 years, they had practically been refining their soul bones, forging their bodies, and strengthening their bodies. This was incomparably cruel for those who had ambitions on the emperor's path. Terrifying enemies appeared one after another. The other shore was restless. The great sage plotted to attack the divine realm again. The ancient coffin had already been carried out, so they had no time to worry about the demonic ridge. However, this place might be even more bloody than the divine realm. A violent storm was about to arrive. The metal-eating race, the Copper Ant King, the God race's goddess, Tian, the great demonic god, the nine-eyed blue toad, the ancient golden pang. All of them were rising up. A battle between supreme experts was about to begin. At this moment, in the depths of Demonic Ridge, under the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan was as calm as before. His body was like a boulder, not moving at all. Streak after streak of demonic gods appeared, turning into the most fundamental ancient symbols. 3,000 great symbols covered the skies, engraving themselves in the void. All scriptures were resonating. 3,000 was just an imaginary number. The great Tao symbols that were truly condensed numbered in the tens of thousands. This was a true meaning that hadn't changed since time immemorial. It seemed to contain all of the Tao. Everything can become the void. Even the world will be destroyed. Can the Tao exist forever? Only when one's own body is powerful can one transcend. Yi Fan's true body said softly. Heaven and earth trembled. Every single mountain peak condensed a symbol, suppressing heaven and earth. It was as if they were forging a long life, condensing eternity. Yi Fan wasn't the descendant of deities, so he didn't obtain any concrete methods or inheritances. He only stirred up endless Tao, experiencing the general direction of all types of Tao. He used this to transcend, allowing his own fist technique to undergo nirvana. Tens of thousands of laws and endless Tao, at this moment, all turned into flames. They burned in the form of ancient symbols. Yi Fan guided them over to refine his fist intent. He used this to transcend, allowing his fist technique to be reborn from the flames and undergo nirvana. He realized the extreme sublimation of a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, obtaining that moment of beauty. The blood qi that rushed out from the top of Yi Fan's head transformed once again. He stretched his body under the Bodhi tree, using the most powerful great technique to sharpen an invincible blade to protect himself. The mountains and valleys resonated. Even the golden origin patterns and part of the void ancient scripture couldn't conceal it. Divine light surged in this area. Even if one stood in the distance, they could still clearly see the roars of demonic gods and endless ancient symbols filling the skies. Tens of thousands of scriptures resonated, rumbling as they surrounded a golden figure that was waving its fist. At this moment, the heaven-devouring beast walked out of the sea of blood. It stood on a mountain peak and coldly looked over. Its killing intent overflowed into the heavens. At the same time, the earth corpse opened his eyes and looked into the distance. His pupils were terrifying. This was a demonic Buddha, surging with corpse energy. He took a step forward and officially came out of seclusion. The human race's sacred physique, it's him who is about to appear. Golden Snake Fourth Gentleman growled. He looked at his elder brother and then advanced towards the demonic ridge together. I need a whetstone. The graveyard of gods and demons is my land of inheritance. Competing with me for the Tao fruit, the result has already been decided. Sanggu's body transformed into the height of a normal person. Like a demonic lord, he pressed forward step by step. Yi Fan was comprehending the Tao. Many great enemies were approaching. A bloody battle that would greatly affect the present world was about to unfold. Gods wept, demons roared, and the world was restless. It was a sign that the most terrifying storm was about to arrive. Chapter 1453. Under the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan's true body sat cross-legged. Behind him, the human figure formed by blood energy moved. Every time it moved, thousands of scriptures would resonate and stars would appear in the sky. Emperor's fist nirvana gradually took shape. Its power had just revealed the tip of the iceberg, but it already moved Pang Bo and Jianghu. This was definitely a powerful secret technique, a true Tao of invincibility. Boom! The illusory Yi Fan punched. Flames surged into the sky. A vermilion bird screeched and flew out from the flaming fist, burning half the sky. Next, his fists shook. His left hand plucked the sun and his right hand formed the moon. He was like an ancient god descending. Light shone everywhere, and his divine might shook the surroundings. The golden heaven source formation and void divine runes were disintegrating. The heaven-deceiving runes also dimmed. The materials used to set up the formation were shattered. This place was about to be completely exposed to the world. Yi Fan has been comprehending the Tao for too long. He hasn't awakened in 30 years. If this continues, there will be changes, Pang Bo said in a low voice. He was afraid that a long delay would bring trouble. Once the formation was broken, there would be no secrets to speak of. It was likely that many enemies would rush over. Jianghu and Ziyue worked together to set up the Void Imperial Sutra's formation, but the effect wasn't obvious. The best formation to hide one's aura was the heaven-deceiving runes. Now, they were all destroyed. Under the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan's true body's expression was peaceful. The illusory body formed by golden blood energy was like a running lion. Its aura swallowed thousands of miles, and it moved with great momentum. It displayed a supreme fist intent to the fullest, shaking the world. Just a little bit more. I need time. I won't be able to comprehend all the god and demon runes in the sky in a short time, Ziyue said in a small voice. She was a bit worried. The figure formed by golden blood energy transformed into a fist art. It was like a piece of iron being tempered in a furnace. He flew into the air and punched out from the tens of thousands of runes. This was a grand scene. Thousands of great Daoists and tens of thousands of god laws rang out incessantly. Emperor's fist nirvana, surpassing all laws in the world. Pang Bo also paid close attention. The 10,000 Daoists of the heavens and all kinds of demonic and divine runes appeared at the same time, transforming into the most terrifying flames in the world. They tempered that fist intent. One moment it was hard, the next moment it was soft, and the next moment it was neutral and gentle. Although Yi Fan's true body was sitting cross-legged under the tree, his body was also emitting thunderous rumbles. His blood surged like a great river, rising and falling like the vast sea, deafening. All types of scriptures began to appear on the surface of his body, engraved with undying imprints. This was especially the case with his hands, which were resplendent and dazzling. Even though his true body didn't move, there was a type of great might that swept through the 9 heavens. Yi Fan was like a human-shaped true dragon that was hibernating, ready to awaken at any moment. Then, he would soar 90,000 li into the sky and look down on all realms, suppressing all enemies in the world. Not good, I feel a terrifying fluctuation. Someone is coming. Hurry up and dig out the Qilin divine medicine. Preserve it well and prevent it from being taken away. The hearts of Ji Haoyue, Pang Bo, Longma and the others sank. They felt a vigorous fluctuation of blood energy. A peerless expert was approaching and would arrive soon. In reality, the distant sky was surging like a vast ocean. Violent waves swept over. That was a type of supreme blood energy, vast and immeasurable, as if the 9 heavens were pressing down. Ji Ziyue removed the formation and caught the crystal-clear Qilin immortal medicine that was enshrouded in purple qi. She put it away and concealed the essence of the precious medicine here. What should we do? Yezi still hasn't woken up, and it's not good to put away the Bodhi tree. Yi Fan once said that if there were any changes, we could immediately wake him up. If it really doesn't work, we could directly bring him away. It's been 30 years. His comprehension has reached the most crucial moment and cannot be disturbed. Otherwise, all his efforts might go to waste. Everyone was anxious. If it was according to Yi Fan's instructions, no matter what happened, everyone's safety was the most important and they could directly wake him up. However, they didn't want his comprehension to be interrupted. Let's hold on for a while. I feel that he will succeed very soon. Ji Ziyue said firmly. 30 years of painstaking effort, comprehending the Tao until now, who knew how many times he had evolved tens of thousands of techniques in his heart. If it was interrupted, it would truly be too much of a pity. It would be a great setback. He's just a sliver away. I believe that Yi Zi will succeed soon. Pang Bo also said solemnly. Let's go all out and hold on for a while. Ji Haoyue's expression was solemn. Now that his cultivation had deepened day by day, he had a type of terrifying might. Ao! A wild beast's roar rang out, causing the earth to crack. A blood lion appeared on the horizon. Its entire body seemed to be carved out of a blood diamond. Its scarlet eyes were wide open as it stared over here. So powerful. Is this the mount of a certain great sage? Its hostility is too strong. Pang Bo frowned. No, this is a beast king. It didn't choose to cultivate into a human form like us. Longma said in a low voice. They immediately realized that too many changes had happened in the outside world during these 30 years. The number of supreme experts that descended from the outer region had increased. This was clearly a young supreme being from an ancient region. It wasn't Sanggu who arrived first, nor was it Great Gentleman Golden Snake who descended. Instead, it was a terrifying ancient beast that they had never seen before. It was filled with powerful hostility as it stared at the Bodhi tree. This precious tree was too special. Even from far away, they could tell that it was definitely a divine tree. The leaves on the tree swayed, and it was like the sound of sutras being chanted. It was extremely shocking. The blood lion roared loudly and took the initiative to attack first. Its mouth spat out scarlet light that filled the sky. That was a war spear that seemed to have been dyed in divine blood. It emitted the aura of a deity. Kengchang sounds rang out as it instantly extended for several dozen li. How was this still a war spear? It was simply like a blood-colored mountain ridge. Rather than saying it was stabbing over, it was better to say that it covered the sky and smashed over. Rise! Ji Haoyue went up to face the enemy. The boundless sea behind him surged with tides. A bright moon rose from the blue sea, scattering down bright radiance as it faced the blood spear. This bright moon was like the hand of a god. With a chong sound, it froze the war spear in place. Strand after strand of divine radiance erupted before suddenly exploding. The blood-colored war spear flew backwards and hovered above the blood lion's head. Tens of thousands of strands of chaotic chi poured down, creating a hazy scene that completely submerged the lion's body. Only a pair of blood-red eyes were exceptionally frightening. This ancient beast is so powerful. It has reached the 8th layer of the Saint King realm. It is much more terrifying than the young supreme being we encountered 30 years ago. Longma said. This was just the beginning. Only the heavens knew what kind of experts would come later. This made everyone's heart sink. Perhaps there would be a world-shaking bloody battle today. The blood lion attacked again. It stretched out a large claw and slapped down. It was over 40 li long, and it directly grabbed towards the Bodhi tree and Yifan below. Ji Haoyue transformed into a beam of divine light and charged into the sky to face the blood lion. The boundless sea behind him swept up tens of thousands of waves. Any weapon that fell into it would disintegrate. How many moves do you guys think the Divine King will need to deal with this blood lion? Pang Bo asked. No matter what, it should be more than 100 moves. After all, this is the strongest expert on the ancient path. As an archaic species, its potential is limitless, Longma said. However, the result was unexpected. Ji Haoyue used the divine physique lineage's unique divination divine art to carry out complex calculations. Then, he decisively used the great killing technique. In just 10 moves, Ji Haoyue had refined the void and confined the blood lion. Even though it was only for a short instant, he had accurately grasped the opportunity. He rushed over, and with a pu sound, the blood lion was torn into two. Blood sprayed everywhere. The Divine King's black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were like two dazzling bolts of lightning as he swept through the world. His unparalleled divine might was undoubtedly displayed. There was a great momentum that could swallow the 9 heavens as he cleanly tore this beast apart. A powerful young supreme being was torn in half by the Divine King's bare hands just like that. Blood drenched the place. We haven't seen each other for many years. Brother Haoyue's bearing is even greater than before, Pang Bo said. Pang Bo said, sighing from the bottom of his heart. Back then in Big Dipper, who didn't know about the Ji family's divine physique? His name shook the world, and now, when he walked on the ancient path of the starry skies, his might dominated the world. Suddenly, Pang Bo turned around and gazed into the distance. The auras of great enemies appeared one after another. This time, it wasn't just one that came, but a group of people. Ji Haoyue and the others' hearts all sunk, revealing serious expressions. There is actually an undying tree. Inconceivable. It will belong to me. This person was extremely domineering, looking down on all directions. He was the first to stand out. This was a devil ape. It had a humanoid physique, but its entire body was covered in green scales. Its head was like an ape's, and there was a flood dragon horn on its skull. It had a wide mouth filled with fierce fangs, its appearance sinister. Of course, even though it was arrogant, this wasn't what worried Pang Bo and the others the most. What they were worried about was that a few powerful enemies from the past had appeared. From the west, the gold-eating beast, Copper Ant King, and 8 or 9 others arrived together. Killing intent surged and thunder shook the heavens. To the south, there was only a single person. This was the Earth Corpse. Death energy overflowed into the heavens. His entire body was pitch black, and as he stepped on the great earth, all of the baleful corpse energy in the divine and devil graveyard entered his body. To the northwest, the heaven-swallowing beast stepped on a sea of blood. It was like a world-destroying beast sovereign, its enormous body suffocating everyone. From the east, Jianghu appeared. As the descendant of an archaic god and devil, he was more sensitive than anyone else in this graveyard. He was the first to hurry over, but he only appeared now. Yifan comprehended the Tao under the Bodhi tree, and the fluctuations he produced were too great. 10,000 scriptures resonated, and 3,000 great Tao symbols appeared to temper his fist intent. It startled all of the great enemies in Divine and Devil Ridge. Normally, everyone wanted to kill him, let alone this type of crucial moment. No one wished for him to continue living. Moreover, at his side, there was a type of precious tree that released green light. Its leaves moved about as if they were chanting scriptures. It was shocking, making everyone covet it. "I'll go kill one first." Pang Bo took action, rushing towards the devil ape. It was because this young supreme expert that descended to the other shore in the late stage had already rushed over. It had never experienced the age when Yifan looked down on everyone. It believed that it could show disdain for a region and that it was difficult for it to be defeated. It was the first one who couldn't help but rush towards the Bodhi tree. This was a great collision. It was like a comet smashing into the great earth, stirring up tens of thousands of waves. The brilliance tore apart the sky, making the mountains in the graveyard of gods and devils tremble. Those were the corpses of gods and devils roaring. Pang Bo had cultivated for many years, and he didn't have many opportunities to kill. However, today, his killing intent was like an ocean. A dragon-shaped flame rushed out from the top of his head, piercing through the heavens and earth. He was even more powerful than a god and devil. His Zhang tall body carried heaven-overflowing fluctuations as he fought fiercely against the devil ape, clashing fiercely. The violent ape with a wide mouth and fierce teeth had the word devil in its name. This proved how terrifying and powerful its body was. However, at this moment, blood flowed out from its mouth and nose, its 7 apertures split open by Pang Bo. The devil ape seemed to have been crushed by a great mountain. After exchanging a dozen or so blows, 8 or 9 parts of its bones were broken. If he was said to be a human-shaped violent ape, then the majestic and well-built person on the other side was a human-shaped tyrannosaurus. Ah, the devil ape screamed miserably. Half of its head was slapped off by Pang Bo's large palm. Red blood and white brain matter mixed together, splattering everywhere like 10,000 peach blossoms. Azure Emperor seizing dragon technique. This was a technique Pang Bo had comprehended for over 100 years. It was a peerless secret technique left behind by Azure Emperor, and it was known to be able to kill the immortal realm's true vermilion birds, dragons, kuanpangs, and immortal phoenixes. Pang Bo spun around, his right leg sweeping out, hacking the devil ape into pieces. A scarlet rain of blood scattered down, and its body and primordial spirit disappeared forever. Under the Bodhi tree, Yifan still hadn't gotten up. He was as calm as a boulder, comprehending his own technique and evolving the unmatched Emperor Fist, producing an unmatched fist intent. More and more enemies appeared. First Gentleman Golden Snake looked arrogantly in all directions. He crossed over, his eyes incomparably cold. Behind him, apart from Fourth Gentleman Golden Snake, there were 8 or 9 others. This was a powerful group. Meanwhile, in another direction, Di Tian, the great demonic god, and Shenlan also appeared, all of their expressions cold. This place was surrounded. The mutant gods and devils, the nine-eyed blue toad, ancient golden pang, white-haired celestial wolf, and others, all of them supreme beings from the other side. Their blood energy overflowed into the heavens, and several dozen people appeared one after another, coldly staring forward. Chapter 1454. The Divine Realm, the great sage was knocking on the door, stirring up a great city sieging battle, a great confrontation involving ancient emperor weapons. Meanwhile, the graveyard of gods and devils belonged to the young supreme beings of the various great ancient regions. They believed that they couldn't win against the great sage and the cultivators with ancient emperor weapons, so they all cultivated in seclusion here. Now, a storm was brewing. Yi Fan comprehended the Tao, surrounded and suppressed by powerful individuals. In that battle back then, his performance was too astonishing. Together with the exposure of the Bodhi tree, it was impossible for people not to go crazy. Longma released a long cry, its entire body flowing with brilliant colors, treading on the void without ripples, the travel symbol art reaching great heights. It tangled with a supreme expert, turning into a streak of light, fast to the extreme. It was a special type of Holy Spirit, born from heaven and earth spiritual essence, its strength naturally great. After obtaining the ancient ancestors' inheritance, after several decades of transforming into Tao Force crystals, it was now extremely powerful. Horse trampling on sparrow. Longma shouted loudly, all of the dragon scales on its body expanding, its four hooves rising. The instant they descended, space exploded. This was the heaven-trampling steps. The sparrow it stepped on wasn't an ordinary bird, but rather a vermilion bird. This type of great technique's meaning was astonishing. First, it proved that the Longma clan's speed was extremely fast, and second, it proved its world-shocking offensive power. It was going to trample on the immortal realm's vermilion bird. Just how heaven-defying was this? Longma's enemy was extremely powerful, a purple divine deer with extraordinary strength, possessing extraordinary speed. However, at this time, the divine deer king was extremely scared, unable to avoid those four descending hooves. Moreover, there was a type of tremendous fluctuation that made even its soul tremble, as if it was facing a supreme immortal beast of the heavenly realm, wishing to kneel down. Pooh! The horse trampled on the vermilion bird, Longma's four hooves descending, the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers trembling, as if a great world was being destroyed. The instant it descended, blood splashed in all directions. The divine deer couldn't resist, all of its bones breaking inch by inch, flesh and blood splashing everywhere. This one has risen, who can contend against me? Longma's victory in battle put on the appearance of an exceptional expert, standing on its hind legs, acting cockily. After a momentary coldness, this place immediately erupted, shouts of war shaking the heavens. The group of people all rushed over, not a single one of them convinced. Ancient treasures, magical artifacts, and other things covered the sky and earth, smashing towards Longma. If they were hit, they would inevitably turn into a bloody paste and crushed bones. Pang Bo and Ji Haoyue were forced to take action to help the Bodhi tree out of the encirclement. They blocked the crowd's advance and prevented them from approaching the Bodhi tree and Yi Fan in the center. However, there really were too many people. Yi Fan comprehended the Tao, the disturbance too great, startling everyone in this region. When they heard the news, almost all of the young supreme beings hurried over. I am here, who dares to fight me? Ji Haoyue yelled. Behind him, the blue sea surged to the sky. The weapons that had fallen into the sea were all disintegrated by the seawater, turning into scrap metal. In the wind above his head, a bright moon swept out. It was unstoppable, cleaving through the Saint Ruler artifacts of a few people, destroying them mid-air. The deity king stood at the front alone, facing the crowd. It was as if he alone could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. Just a divine body that hasn't reached the peak of Saint King realm, yet you dare to be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You overestimate yourself. Right at this time, a cold snort rang out. Many people moved out of the way, revealing the person who spoke. It was precisely Golden Snake 4th Langjun. He walked out from the crowd, standing at Golden Snake eldest Langjun's side. His expression was cold, carrying a type of cruelty and coldness. Just like in the past, he had the body of a snake and didn't take human form. He was about 3 meters long and as thick as a small bucket. His entire body seemed to be cast from gold, emitting a dangerous aura. His gaze was sinister as he passed through the human wall, staring at Yifan behind him. His gaze was full of resentment. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Long Worm. Longma spoke loudly. Divine King Jianghu had a type of great dignity. He wouldn't engage in a war of words with others, but Longma had always been someone who wouldn't suffer losses. Even if it was just verbal, he would immediately retaliate. Your second brother and third brother taste pretty good. Longma's words almost caused Golden Snake 4th Langjun's lungs to explode. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with extreme hatred. Even Golden Snake eldest Langjun, who usually didn't show his emotions, had a gloomy expression. It was incomparably terrifying. What are you staring at? You know we've finished the snake stew, so you're sending meat over? Longma sneered. It had to be said that his mouth was very despicable and sarcastic. It was enough to make people hit their heads against the beam door. They couldn't swallow this anger. I'll kill you. Golden Snake 4th Langjun roared. Who's afraid of who? I can trample 10 of you to death with one hoof. Let's continue to stew the snake stew. Longma gave tit for tat. His pair of bell-sized eyes revealed an ominous glint. Golden Snake eldest Langjun's expression was cold. He glanced at his younger brother, which immediately made him stop in his tracks. Then, he coldly said, kill. At his level, he was only one step away from becoming the great sage. His abilities were profound. He seemed unwilling to lower himself and personally take action, but it also seemed like he was afraid of the green copper cauldron that hadn't appeared yet. Behind them, there were many experts. Many of them were staring at the Bodhi tree and wanted to take it for themselves. Now that such a leading figure had given the order, everyone immediately responded. Shouts of war shook the heavens. A bloody battle was about to begin. All the heroes rose together and charged towards the Bodhi tree and Yifan. Let's see who dares to take half a step forward. Jianghu shouted. The situation was critical and made everyone anxious. Yifan was at a critical moment in his comprehension. Once it was interrupted, the consequences would be unimaginable. 30 years of hard work could go up in flames. Jianghu stood horizontally in the center and swept his eyes over everyone. He activated his divination divine art to capture every opportunity and analyze the situation of this battle. Then, he decisively took action. With a rumble, 3,000 gods and devils appeared behind him. They roared as if they wanted to shatter the 9 heavens. That was the shadow of a demonic mountain. It was indistinct and stood side by side with an oppressive might. The 3,000 symbols flickered in unison as if they had torn through time and space to arrive from a mythical era. Pu-pu sounds rang out one after another. 3 figures were struck by the 3,000 gods and devils in succession. Their bodies broke apart and blood flowed everywhere as they fell from the sky. Then, with a putong sound, they fell into the Divine King's phenomenon, bright moon rising from the sea. They broke apart inch by inch. The 3 supreme young experts that had run amok in a region were completely destroyed. They turned into strands of origin essence energy and were devoured by the blue sea. They died thoroughly. Divine King Jianghu was awe-inspiring and murderous. He stood alone at the front and wanted to block everyone with his own strength. This caused the chaotic situation to instantly calm down. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Let's rush over and pull out that precious tree. It's just a divine body blocking the way. What does it count for? Someone shouted. He was naturally unwilling. The Bodhi tree was planted in front. This was an elixir of immortality comparable to the ancient tree of life in the divine realm. Many great sages fought to the death for it. Now, there was actually one of the same level here. Compared to the divine realm, which had great powers protecting it, the precious tree here seemed to be ownerless. There was no great sage or the killing formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being. The current owner was comprehending the Tao. He was undying and could be ignored. There was a great fortune waiting for everyone to fight for. It was much easier to kill Jianghu, Longma, and the others than to face the ancient imperial weapon. The difference could be measured in units of 10,000 times. How could they miss it? There would be no more. The courageous ones called out to some fearful cultivators and rushed forward to kill. They wanted to pass this stage, pluck the Bodhi tree, and kill Jianghu and the others. Do you really think we're easy to bully? All sorts of monsters and demons have come. Grandpa Pang wants you to understand that if you want to pass this stage, you will have to pay the price in blood. He stood indomitable. Demonic chi surged, and sword cries shook the sky behind him. A total of 9 immortal swords appeared, cutting through the sky. Kill him. The crowd went forward, wanting to rush over. Phoenix shakes the 9 heavens. Pang Bo shouted. The 9 immortal swords were of different colors. They flickered with 9 different colors, emitting a light that made the sun, moon, and stars dim. They were like 9 beautiful feathers that cut through the world. Pfft! Blood splattered. Under the dazzling radiance of the 9 immortal swords, several figures were dismembered one after another. Some heads flew up, some had the upper half of the body separated from the lower half, and some were split in half, accompanied by a large amount of blood. The 9 immortal swords were connected to Pang Bo's body. They were like 9 blazing feathers, dazzling and dazzling. With a walala sound, his entire body soared into the sky like a nirvana divine phoenix. This was a great killing technique. It was exceptionally terrifying. He killed several people on the spot, immediately intimidating the other experts and stopping in their tracks. There was no one who didn't fear death. It was just that the degree was different. At this moment, knowing that death was inevitable, who would still rush over? None of them were willing to be the first to die. Pang Bo breathed heavily. This type of secret technique consumed a great amount of energy, almost draining him dry. This attack was even more tiring and terrifying than fighting tens of thousands of rounds. This was originally an intense battle, but it was condensed by him. He decided victory or defeat with a single strike. If he didn't stop him just now, then the situation would have been reversed. He would have been dismembered in a single clash. Pang Bo threw caution to the wind. There were clearly traces of blood appearing between his mouth and nose, but he still stood perfectly straight. After killing several enemies in one battle, his chest rose and fell violently. He took out a coffin board and began to chew noisily. The scene was a bit strange. Everyone was shocked and shaken. Hong Long. Suddenly, Golden Snake Great Lord Master moved. He was like an unrivaled demonic sovereign. As soon as he took a step, heaven and earth split apart. He wanted to kill Longma, Jianghu, and the others. He wasn't far from the great sage. His might was at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer, and there was a type of oppressive grandeur. The surroundings swayed. Several other powerful auras were oppressed. They rushed into the heavens at the same time and also wanted to go forward. It was obvious that no one wanted to give way to the great fortune. They all wanted to monopolize it. With a wang sound, Golden Snake Great Lord Master opened his mouth and let out a light hiss. He spat out a formation diagram. It was the perfect flying snake diagram. Not only was it targeted at Jianghu and the others, it was also used to intimidate the other heroes. Everyone's expression changed. The power of this formation diagram was obvious to all. It was most likely a quasi-emperor weapon. Although it might have been sealed, it still made people feel terrified. Ji Haoyue went forward. The top of his head flourished with light, piercing through the clouds and penetrating the heavens. An ancient mirror flew out. It was covered in mottled marks of time and emitted the vicissitudes of time. A wisp of the great emperor's aura flashed and disappeared. What? Everyone was shocked. Could this be an emperor weapon? The heroes continuously retreated. Unfortunately, this mirror only had a faintly discernible emperor aura. It quickly restrained itself and did not appear again. However, that boundless pressure shocked everyone. This isn't a forbidden artifact imprinted with the emperor's aura, but an imitation of the void mirror. It was refined by the emperor's ancient ancestor in the past. Ji Ziyue transmitted her voice to explain to Pang Bo and Longma. Kill. Ji Haoyue activated the imitation of the void mirror to fight against Golden Snake Great Lord Master. Now, it was no longer the two of them who were in charge. Instead, it was the precious mirror and the flying snake diagram's confrontation. Everyone, don't wait anymore. Let's see what kind of defense they have. Kill. The others shouted loudly. A chaotic battle erupted. Blood blossomed, and the most miserable battle took place here. Even Ji Ziyue and the little guy's divine clothes were dyed in blood as they fought with their lives on the line. Hong Long. The sleeves of Ji Ziyue's clothes fluttered about. She drew upon the divine devil Ridge's origin essence energy to replenish her people's divine force, allowing them to remain at the peak. Some people threw themselves at her murderously, but they encountered a mountainous sea of essence energy. This was a calamity of essence energy, and it was even more severe than the fall of the heavens. That person was crushed inch by inch, turning into a bloody paste and bone dregs. The little guy chirped. He looked extremely weak and pure, but his beautiful divine feathers swept out with golden radiance. It was as if 10,000 arrows shot out at the same time, causing a few young supreme beings to suffer heavy injuries. Everyone rushed forward and attacked in a frenzy. These were not ordinary saint kings, but rather supreme existences with emperor's will. Even the powerful Pang Bo, Longma, and the others were injured in a split second. Because there were too many people, their bodies were dripping with blood. Hee hee. Golden Snake Fourth Lord Master laughed sinisterly. He brought a few people to avoid the chaotic battle and directly arrived not far from the Bodhi tree. Not only did he want to seize this precious tree, he also wanted to personally strangle this genius. He wanted Yifan to nurse a grievance and fall here. What heaven-warping supreme being! Only those who survive are the real deal. Even if you have the human race's divine body and have an unrivaled physique, so what? Even if your skills reach the heavens, it's useless. You don't have a chance. Comprehending the Tao at this time and not waking up, this is your fate. I'll send you on your way. Golden Snake Fourth Lord Master laughed coldly. His voice made people's hair stand on end. He was full of resentment and hatred as he walked forward with large steps. He was going to make a vicious move and kill Yifan. From 100 zhang away, he opened his mouth and spat out a flying snake stinger. It was jet black and terrifying as it flickered with cold light. At first, it was as fine as a cow's hair, but in the blink of an eye, it became a zhang long. It was like a black evil spear as it shot towards the space between Yifan's eyebrows. This was a type of fatal blow. Golden Snake Fourth Lord Master launched a sneak attack. He didn't care about whether or not he was honest or not. He wanted to get rid of Yifan by hook or by crook. He didn't want to give him the chance to perfect his cultivation and leave him with a grudge. Roar. Suddenly, a roar rang out, shaking everyone on this battlefield until their blood and chi roiled. Their bodies were on the verge of collapse as they staggered backwards. The golden blood chi that rushed out from the top of Yifan's head earlier formed an illusory body that was like a fiend god. It broke free from the tens of thousands of runes and swooped down with matchless divine might. This wasn't his true body. The illusory body didn't have a primordial spirit and had always been refining the invincible fist will. At this moment, it contained the most powerful martial will and evolved the celestial emperor fist, looking down on the myriad of domains in the heavens. Golden light surged as it treated Golden Snake Fourth Lord Master as a type of fiend god rune. It violently struck down, using it to temper the fist will. The deafening roar shook the people below until they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Among them, the immortal foundations of two of them directly shattered before their bodies exploded. They died on the spot from the roar. Everyone was horrified. Everyone was dumbfounded. How powerful was this martial will? What kind of Tao and technique was Yi Fan evolving? He was actually strong to such a level. This deeply shook the hearts of everyone. Golden Snake Fourth Lord Master turned pale with fright. A surefire ambush had actually encountered an unforeseen event. Originally, as long as one person went up, they would be able to interfere with Yi Fan's enlightenment and consign him to eternal damnation. Who would have thought that such an invincible martial will would appear at such a critical moment? The soaring serpent thorn directly shattered. Brilliant light filled the sky, and in the end, only a golden fist was left. It fiercely smashed down. Golden Snake Fourth Lord Master couldn't dodge it no matter how hard he tried, let alone block it. Dozens of magic tools were destroyed in succession, and the ancient treasures were all turned to dust. "Big brother, save me!" Golden Snake Fourth Lord Master shouted. His whole body was trembling. This was the first time he felt such fear. He regretted provoking such a terrifying person. He was almost paralyzed on the spot. Unfortunately, everything was too late. This was an invincible martial will. It directly exploded him with a single punch. Broken bones and flesh splattered everywhere. His body and soul were both destroyed. How is this possible? Many people cried out involuntarily. This was just a kind of fist will. Yi Fan's real body hadn't even moved. He was sitting cross-legged under the Bodhi tree. Just like that, he easily killed a soaring serpent. This made everyone's hair stand on end. We definitely can't let him succeed in comprehending the Tao. We must destroy him now. Many people roared and attacked one after another. Chapter 1455. It was just a strand of martial intent, yet it had blasted apart the flying serpent race's fourth Langjun and roared to death the other two experts. This kind of power would shock the entire world. Yi Fan's Tao was too terrifying, making people's bones tremble and their limbs go cold. Everyone who saw this scene felt a chill from head to toe. How could they fight? At this moment, many people chose to take action and attack the center, not giving him the chance to comprehend the Tao. They wanted to destroy this Tao state and kill him under the path understanding tree. Shouts of war shook the heavens as enemies rushed forward from all sides. In front was Golden Snake Langjun, and behind him was a true supreme being like Sanggu. The situation was extremely dangerous. "Ho!" Golden Snake Langjun roared, his face full of malevolence. Even though he was normally cold and reserved, he couldn't help it now. His three younger brothers had died one after another, all killed by Yi Fan. His youngest brother was killed just like that in front of him. It was just a martial intent, yet it made him lose his brothers. Blood was thicker than water. He roared sorrowfully, activating his divine force without any regard for the price. The flying serpent formation danced and collided with the void mirror. Kacha. Between heaven and earth, essence blood splashed, some from Golden Snake Langjun and some from Jianghu. Because the two ancestral artifacts collided, a great explosion occurred. Even though they were all enveloped by the brilliance of the two artifacts and protected, it was still very bitter. "Human saint physique, die for me!" Golden Snake Langjun roared. Two terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void and directly attacking the Bodhi tree. He wanted to disturb Yi Fan's Tao comprehension and cause his primordial spirit to go into disorder, thus killing him. He wanted to take revenge for his younger brother. Pang Bo roared. He bit a coffin in his mouth and was dripping with blood. His body crossed the sky to block Golden Snake Langjuan's attack. He didn't care that his opponent had smashed his back with an ancient treasure and instead attacked the two beams of light. Boom! Overflowing flames flew up, drowning out the graveyard of deities and demons. Pang Bo used the dragon wrestling technique to forcefully resist the lightning of the flying serpent race, shattering it. However, he himself was greatly shaken. After all, that was a 9th-layer Saint King who was about to become the great sage. At the same time, the person behind Pang Bo attacked again. A silver spear flickered with brilliance and coiled with great Dao symbols. With a pu, it pierced through Pang Bo's shoulder blade, causing blood to splash. Roar! Pang Bo roared angrily. His huge body rotated, and with a violent shake, he actually snapped the Silver Saint ruler armament in half. Afterwards, he gritted his teeth, and his eyes were like torches, shooting out 2 dragon-shaped beams of light. This was the 9 slashes of the demonic emperor, form of annihilation. Blood splattered in all directions from this strike. The dragon-shaped beam of light hacked the attacker into pieces. His large palm leaf fan hand grabbed forward, and with a pu sound, this person's head was pulled off, and then it exploded with a single claw. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and staggered before stabilizing his body. Then, he began to use the swordsman character to heal his injuries and recover his vitality. I'll kill the sacred body. Sanggu arrived. His entire body shone, and 3,000 great Dao symbols swirled about, densely covering his body. His entire being was like a divine statue, and archaic incantations were engraved on it. Among these people, he was just as eager to kill Yi Fan as Master Golden Snake Langjun. This was because he felt that the figure sitting under the Bodhi tree had also obtained the fiend god orthodoxy and was using it as a furnace to refine the emperor's fist. Sanggu didn't want others to dip their fingers in the graveyard of gods and devil symbols. The 3,000 great Dao would belong to him, so he had to kill this competitor to prevent future troubles. The space between his brows was resplendent, and a yang talisman appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was densely covered in patterns and surged with mist. It was as if it was condensed from hundreds of fiend god symbols. With a honglong sound, this talisman pierced through all obstructions. The last few damaged formations in this ancient land were all turned into flying ashes, and it fell towards Yi Fan to suppress and kill him. Heaven and earth spiritual essence, heed my command. Ji Ziyue chanted in an incomparably divine manner. Her sparkling white and exquisite face was covered in sweat. She endured great pain and severed the origin of heaven and earth here to intercept the yang talisman. Hong! Ji Ziyue flew out horizontally, coughing out blood from her mouth. The ancient talisman's trajectory changed, and it stuck close to the Bodhi tree as it flew into the distance. It exploded in the void and disappeared into the dimensional space. This was Ji Ziyue's method. It had the inheritance from the void ancient scripture, as well as her innate divine technique. It interfered with the origin of heaven and earth, turning this place upside down and undergoing changes. However, her cultivation realm was still insufficient, and her strength was naturally much weaker than Sanggu's. She suffered serious injuries. Little sis. The little guy cried out in fear. His body stretched out, and like a golden immortal phoenix, he soared into the sky. His long plume feathers trailed behind him as he eliminated his opponent and charged towards Ji Ziyue. I want to see who can stop me. Sanggu's words were cold. He took large steps forward, and his expression was incomparably cruel. He looked down on everyone, and it was difficult to find a match. Hong Long. Tens of thousands of streaks of lightning hacked down. He was like a fiend god as he advanced. He reigned supreme in this world, and no one could block his path. Behind him, a group of experts followed up. With him at the head, they all slaughtered their way over. They wanted to destroy Yifan in one fell swoop, destroying his Dao foundation and seizing that mysterious Bodhi tree. Ji Ziyue collapsed in front of the little guy. She seemed weak, but her eyes were wide open, and her eyes were moving around in a strange manner. In reality, her injuries were not as serious as they had imagined. Little guy, the situation is dire right now. With so many people coming from the mountain, we truly can't fight. It's all up to you. I'll help you undo the seal. You go and cross the tribulation. Charge towards those people and stop them to buy time for Yifan, said Ji Ziyue. In the next quarter of an hour, the little guy suddenly erupted with a wave of incomparably powerful aura. He charged toward Sanggu, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled all over his body. Following that, the world became a vast expanse as lightning hacked down. It was an anomaly. After eating the demonic god flower, it advanced rapidly in all these years. However, it was sealed by everyone in fear that it would cause problems if it advanced too quickly. As soon as the seal was opened, it tried its best to draw upon the great Tao. It immediately rushed up a level, drawing in the heavenly punishment to kill everyone here. Without a doubt, no one was willing to get involved, because they would have to cross the tribulation together with him. That would be extremely troublesome, and a single mistake would allow others to take advantage of them. The boundless sea of lightning hacked down. Sanggu bore the brunt of it, and encountered great trouble as he was blocked. However, it had to be said that this was a group of extremely powerful young supreme beings. The lightning tribulation could not truly harm them. As the most powerful experts of a region, many of them had used this type of method to resist their powerful enemies. Now, they each used their own methods. They either avoided the tribulation or laid down deceptive formation patterns to resist this heavenly tribulation and escape. However, the experts in this direction were blocked. Sanggu and the others couldn't reach the Bodhi tree and kill Yifan, who was sitting cross-legged there. Hong. Corpse aura overflowed into the heavens. In another direction, the earth corpse made his move. With a flip of his hand, clouds appeared, and with a flip of his hand, rain appeared. Corpse aura was boundless, and it was as if a black ocean was wreaking havoc as it swept over. This was a ruthless demonic path. As long as it infected Yifan, his consciousness would inevitably fall into a demonic state. In an instant, his Tao fruit would be destroyed, and his 30 years of bitter cultivation would be destroyed in a single day. In the past, the earth corpse was enlightened after his battle with Yifan, and he had a hint of transcendence. However, now that he saw Yifan's supreme aura, he still couldn't endure it any longer. His methods were vicious, and he wanted to destroy his Tao foundation. What human race's divine physique? It's just a meal on my plate, a meal of blood. Its vigorous divine blood can help me achieve the Tao. The heaven-devouring beast also finally made his move. As one of the supreme experts present, its enormous body moved, destroying heaven and earth. Everyone made way for it, and it was incomparably terrifying. A large claw blotted out the sky and directly enveloped the boundless earth. It grabbed towards Yifan and the Bodhi tree, viewing them as prey. It's over. There are too many people, especially the most powerful ones among them. We can't hold them off. The Black Bear Saint, Qing Wan, and the others were in despair. They were all young supreme experts, and with so many of them attacking together, who could resist? In particular, Great Gentleman Golden Snake, Sanggu, the Earth Corpse, and the Heaven-Devouring Beast had all reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Saint King realm. They could move unhindered through the universe, and there weren't many in the same generation who could contend against them. With them in the lead, a large number of experts followed behind them. They charged forward, and even the great sage felt apprehensive. This force was too powerful. Moreover, exceptional experts like Di Tian, the great demonic god, the nine-eyed blue toad, the god race's heavenly lady, and Gu Jinpeng were all glaring like tigers watching their prey, ready to join in at any time. We can only rely on this now. Brothers, form the formation. Longma shouted, calling out to the 12 saints. In his palm, a foot-long stone tablet appeared. It was engraved with the imprints of time, and on it were the words Heavenly Soldier. This was a secret artifact that was extremely powerful. It was a remnant of the ancient heaven, and it could protect a starry domain. It could connect to the heavens and move the earth. It was a war tablet in reality. However, the conditions to activate it were too harsh. It needed at least 10 people to refine it together. Magical power, cultivation, and cultivation realm weren't the most important requirements to control it. What was truly needed was high battle intent, indomitable courage, unyielding willpower, and the unity of everyone. This is an ancient artifact left behind by the Celestial Court. Let's unite our minds and take action together to beat all of their yokes out. Longma roared. Its entire body was covered in blood, and it had received serious injuries in the bloody battle. 2 of the 12 saints had fallen, and now, there were exactly 10 left. At this moment of life and death, they sacrificed the tablet together. With a loud wonglong sound, the ancient tablet erupted with a world-shaking aura. A magnificent army galloped out, shaking everyone's eardrums and making their bones and tendons go limp. The tablet itself was as tall as the sky. Surging killing intent was like a tsunami, submerging this region. 100,000 heroic spirits slaughtered their way out, sweeping through the world. Pooh, 14 people were smashed to pieces by the war tablet in succession. Their bones were broken, and they were drowned out by the 100,000 heroic spirits. They were torn apart and completely wiped out. However, Longma and the others also suffered a backlash. This ancient tablet was extremely difficult to control. In theory, it needed 100,000 heavenly soldiers, and it had nothing to do with strength or cultivation realm. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The heavenly monument quickly shrunk, and it was difficult for them to launch a second attack. Hong! The earth corpse, heaven-devouring beast, and the others attacked together. Longma and the others' flesh and blood flew everywhere. If not for the shrunken heavenly monument blocking the attack, the 12 saints would have been completely annihilated. Despite this being the case, their bones were all broken and their tendons snapped. Many people's bodies were no longer whole, and it was a tragic sight. I want to kill the human race's divine body. Even if a deity comes, it won't be enough. It will be difficult to leave him alive. The heaven-devouring beast was incomparably huge. It laughed cruelly as it overlooked the 12 saints that were lying in a pool of blood. Pooh! On the other side, the little guy cried out in grief. All of the golden divine feathers on his body fell off, and one of his wings was almost torn off. He heavily fell into a pool of blood. The little guy's eyes dimmed, and he let out chirping sounds. It was difficult for him to stand up. Even though he was facing the heavenly punishment, he still couldn't do anything to Sanggu. As the descendant of an archaic god and devil, Sanggu was incomparably powerful. His body was tall and straight, and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. His hands were full of bloodstains that were stained with divine feathers, and he almost hacked the little guy in half. He coldly laughed cruelly and said, "You all have to die. Accompany the human race's divine body in death. Only our god and devil orthodox lineage, who dares to oppose us?" Little guy. Ji Ziyue's heart ached to the point where tears flowed down. She hugged the lightning phoenix that was trembling from the pain. Everything was because of the difference in strength. Even a great killing weapon like the tribulation was useless. The human race's divine body will die without a doubt. He doesn't have any more chances. The Bodhi tree belongs to us, so let's remove his head first. On the other side, the gold-eating beast and copper ant king's expressions were sinister as they pressed forward with a group of people. Ji Ziyue wiped away her tears and stood up. Her entire body was suffused with a pure and holy radiance, and her appearance was dignified. This startled Ji Haoyue, who was in the middle of a great battle. He shouted, "Ziyue, don't act recklessly. If you really can't do it, carry Yi Fan on your back and retreat first. I believe that he will wake up soon. Ji Ziyue's expression was calm. She was going to rely on her special physique to display some forbidden techniques to directly face the terrifying Sang-gu and the others. It's useless. If I want to kill the human race's divine body, no one can stop me. Sang-gu said in a deep voice. Behind him, gods and devils covered the sky. The 3,000 true meanings of the great Tao appeared. He wanted to eliminate Yi Fan and obtain the great fortune of this place alone. His expression was as cold as ice that had never melted since the ancient times. There was a trace of arrogance and even a trace of mockery. In another direction, demonic blood surged. The heaven-devouring beast suppressed the heaven and earth. Its huge claws pressed down towards the 12 saints, wanting to grab all of them and swallow them into its mouth. You will have to pass through me first. Longma put away the dim stone tablet. It would be difficult for him to activate it in a short period of time. He dragged his bleeding body and blocked the front, protecting the 12 saints. Although you are very strong, your realm is still not enough. I am only half a step away from becoming the great sage. How can you resist? You and that human race's divine body can only become my food. The heaven-devouring beast sneered mercilessly. I came for the treasured tree. Those who block my Buddhist path will be sent to the afterlife. The earth corpse's expression was also cold. Corpse chi overflowed into the sky as he walked forward step by step. His target was the Bodhi tree. Pooh! At the edge of the Bodhi tree, Pang Bo, who was fighting with someone, was heavily injured. A long black blade flickered with an icy luster. Without a sound, it slashed out from the void and embedded itself into his back. Blood almost flowed out and he was almost cut in half. Ho! Pang Bo roared and used his flesh to clamp down on the blade's edge. He suddenly turned around and punched out, killing the attacker and turning him into a bloody mist. You are still protecting him even at this time. You don't know the difference between life and death. The gold-eating beast and the copper ant king were the first to reach the Bodhi tree. A group of people followed behind them. They were inferior to the earth corpse, the heaven-devouring beast, Sang-gu, and the golden snake great gentleman, so they moved together. Pang Bo wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and laughed. You want to touch my brother? Ask me if I agree first. From time to time, froth of blood flowed out from his mouth. The situation is over. The human race's divine body is finished. The people protecting him can't hold on anymore. In the distance, the spectators whispered. Some people had not taken action yet. The great demonic god and Di Tian's expressions were cold. They moved forward, but it was unknown whether they should take action or not. The goddess of the god race, Shenlan, let out a light sigh. Only by living could they be considered victorious. A dead supreme being was worthless. She also moved forward, preparing to get a share of the delicious soup. Hong long long. With a loud sound, the demonic mountains suddenly collapsed. The tens of thousands of demonic and divine symbols in the sky were all shattered. The entire world seemed to have been destroyed, and only a pair of emperor fists remained. Under the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. They were like two dazzling golden lamps. Wherever his gaze passed, many people would scream miserably as blood flowed out from their eyes. Although he was sitting there and hadn't taken any action, he was already emitting an extremely powerful aura that made everyone tremble. Chapter 1456. Yi Fan had woken up, like a humanoid dragon that had awoken from a deep slumber. In that instant, he emitted a powerful will that was indestructible and unstoppable. His eyes were sharp, like an unsheathed immortal sword, extremely dazzling, drawing out streaks of lightning in the sky, rushing in all directions, shocking everyone. He's awake. How powerful is his martial will? Many people felt their hearts tremble, chills running down their backs, goosebumps appearing. Everywhere Yi Fan's gaze passed, it was like a heavenly sword striking horizontally, ringing out, directly slashing into people's souls. Many people's foreheads cracked, bloody scars appearing as they staggered backwards. Everyone gasped. Yi Fan had clearly succeeded, comprehending his own supreme technique, possessing the strength to look down on all heroes under the heavens. This kind of martial will could shake the world. Pang Bo's back, a broken spear was stuck in between the cracks of his bones, holding a black blade. His entire body was covered in blood, but at this moment, he was laughing loudly, pulling at his wounds, causing fresh blood to flow. He's finally awake. Longma also shouted. The pressure on him was great. From the start of the battle until now, his body was covered in wounds, and now he was facing a heaven-devouring beast whose cultivation level was higher than his. He was already exhausted, blood gushing out. It really wasn't easy. Yi Fan had woken up at this critical moment, allowing those on the verge of death to heave a sigh of relief, relieving some of the pressure. When a saint comprehended the Tao, sitting for 10 years wasn't much, but the great sage could easily sit for over 100 years. During this period, his mind would wander, forgetting himself and everything else, only the Tao in his eyes, unable to tolerate anything else. This was also the reason why cultivators would choose a quiet place for seclusion, far away from the clamor of the mortal world. This was especially true for those who comprehended the Tao at a deeper level, like Yi Fan. His heart was in the Tao realm, his mind wandering the 9 heavens, forgetting everything, unable to wake up even if the sound of thunder was deafening. If someone approached him, it would be disadvantageous, and there would be a calamity. And now, he had finally awakened. To his own people, this was great news, but to his enemies, it was terrible news. Yi Fan sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree. Tens of thousands of leaves swayed and rustled, as if ancient scriptures were being flipped through, chanting an unchanging law and Tao that transcended the past, present, and future, ringing out without end. Suddenly, a strand of golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto his clothes. It was a ghastly sight, leaving many people stupefied. Yi Fan! Ji Ziyue exclaimed and clenched her fists. She was filled with worry and wanted to rush over, but she was stopped by Sanggu's sneer. Yi Fan, what's wrong? Pang Bo was anxious and worried that something might happen to him. For extremities consummation, Celestial the Arch Fist has been completed, but the Tao injuries are still there, Yi Fan replied secretly, telling him not to worry. Pang Bo heaved a sigh of relief, but he still couldn't get over it. Why is it like this? There's no need to worry. The Tao injuries haven't deepened, so it's nothing. It won't affect my battle prowess. I'll find a time to resolve it. Yi Fan told him to relax. The gold-eating beast, Copper Ant King, and the others' expressions were very interesting. Just now, they were shocked and worried, but they immediately relaxed. Their brows smoothed out, revealing expressions of joy. He was injured by the great Tao. Most likely, his comprehension has failed. Someone said with schadenfreude. He looks very powerful, but he's clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. He's just a paper tiger. Who's going to take his head? Someone burst into laughter. Even though they said this, no one went up. They were all looking at the others, fearing that they might accidentally kick a metal plate. Yi Fan didn't get up, but instead closed his eyes and savored the wondrous state of Tao comprehension just now. The harvest this time was too great, and he had refined his own great technique. Sect Protector, and Tao Protector all needed methods. Now that he had refined an exceptional divine technique like the Emperor Fist, he had nothing to fear. He had a vigorous fighting spirit that could battle the 9 heavens. Boom! In the distance, First Gentleman Golden Snake, who was fighting against Ji Haoyue with his ancestral artifact, was the first to attack. He opened his mouth and roared. A whirlwind tore through the sky, sweeping towards the Bodhi tree. Within the astral wind, there was a Daoist diagram condensed from runes. It rumbled like thunder as it suppressed down. It was not a particularly powerful attack, but it was mainly probing. Yi Fan opened his eyes. His gaze was still as sharp as before, and with a flash of light from the center of his eyebrows, he slashed out with a streak of light, cleaving the Daoist diagram in half. This kind of battle prowess made everyone frown. It was hard to say. He seemed to be at the 8th or 9th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler, but it also seemed like he had stopped at the 6th heavenly layer. He's gained something, and his battle prowess has skyrocketed. However, he hasn't undergone the tribulation, so his performance is unstable. Killing him now is the best opportunity. Jianghu saw through the situation with a single glance. Kill. Hearing that, all the experts rose up. They all attacked together. There were obviously people among them who wanted to kill Yi Fan and steal his essence soul, such as the heaven-devouring beast, Jianghu, and First Gentleman Golden Snake. However, there were even more people who wanted the Bodhi tree. Who wouldn't want a divine medicine like that? Taking advantage of the chaos, as long as they could get close, they could not steal the entire tree. Just breaking off a branch would be enough. This was the true medicine of immortality, and it could also assist in comprehending the way. It was priceless, and even the great sage had gone crazy for it. Otherwise, those people would not have mobilized such a large force to attack the divine realm. The earth corpse chanted a demonic chant. His eyes were cold. He was one of the most terrifying people among them, and he was only a step away from becoming the great sage. Now that he had personally moved out, he encouraged a group of people to charge forward madly. There was only one Bodhi tree. Even if it was broken, it would not be enough, so they could only act first. Croak. A deep, thunderous cry rang out. The nine-eyed jade toad appeared. A bunch of trash. At the same time, a cold voice rang out. A heavenly peng appeared. Its entire body seemed as if it was cast in gold, dazzling and resplendent. The ancient golden peng had arrived. It spread its wings and soared into the sky, faster than everyone else. It was said to be able to soar 90,000 miles in an instant. Its giant golden wings created astral winds that sent many people flying. Its gaze was sharp as it coldly swept over everyone. It even wanted to attack the earth corpse. It transformed into a golden beam of light and rushed over. Its godly speed reached its peak, showing disdain for the crowd. Many people made their moves, but none of them could touch it. The ancient golden peng was the first to arrive. It swooped down towards the Bodhi tree and stretched out a pair of giant golden claws, about to pull away the tree. A supreme martial will rushed into the sky, turning into a golden river that fiercely knocked it away. This was the golden blood energy emitted from the top of Yi Fan's head. Everyone was terrified. The ancient golden peng was furious. The great peng spread its wings and soared into the sky. Regardless of whether it was in the archaic legends or in the real world, they were all wild and untamed. They were not bound by the laws of the world and were not willing to lower their heads. Now that it was injured, it didn't retreat but advanced instead. Its resplendent golden wings tore apart the sky as it swooped down. It opened its mouth to swallow Yi Fan, who was under the Bodhi tree. Its golden beak was even sharper than a heavenly blade. It could shatter the heavens, and after opening its mouth, it could swallow all things. Not to mention Yi Fan, even the entire ancient land would be swallowed by it. However, the Bodhi tree swayed and flickered with green light. Yi Fan sat there without moving in the slightest. He was as still as a boulder. A terrifying transformation was taking place. The ancient golden peng's golden wings covered the sky as it swooped down. Its body became smaller and smaller. It wasn't of its own will, but rather because it was being suppressed by a type of martial will. The tens of thousands of Zhang ancient golden peng descended. In the end, it actually shrunk to a foot in length, unable to swallow Yi Fan at all. Moreover, its golden claws and beak were both sealed. It cried out in anger, unable to struggle free. It directly fell down, wrapped within a gentle Dao light as it landed on Yifan's shoulder. Yifan sat there, chanting sutras from his mouth. His immortal platform shone, tens of thousands of Dao patterns shone, cleansing the golden-winged heavenly pang. No matter how it flapped its wings, no matter how it roared, it still couldn't struggle free. Everyone was shocked. This was but a golden-winged great pang, one of the most ferocious, one of the most powerful ancient bloodlines, yet it was suppressed just like that. Right now, it was like an ordinary bird. In the end, the ancient golden pang calmed down. Its body shrunk to a foot in length, standing on Yifan's shoulder. It no longer struggled, actually submitting. Comprehending the Tao under the Bodhi tree, subduing Mahamayuri, no, now, it's the golden-winged great Pang. Pang Bo was stupefied. When he thought of the Buddhist story, he really felt that it was a bit similar. Right at this time, Yifan stood up. His powerful aura covered heaven and earth, sweeping towards everyone. The entire world was boundless, enemies everywhere. However, his expression was calm, not feeling any fear. The golden-winged great Pang was extremely quiet, standing on his shoulder. Its eyes flickered with light, looking at everyone with disdain, ready to pounce over at any time. This result left everyone shocked, fearful, and speechless. Did all of you come to kill me? Yifan's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a curse, making everyone's hearts tremble. Everyone retreated. How powerful was the golden-winged great Pang King? He was a well-known figure, yet he was instantly subdued. How would they dare to go up and throw their lives away? We have no ill intentions towards you. We only want a Bodhi tree branch. The person at the very front braced himself and said. Yifan didn't pay him any attention. He stared at the gold-eating beast, Copper Ant King, and the others at the very front. His eyes swept over these old enemies one after another, his killing intent not concealed at all. Even though he hadn't crossed tribulation yet, his true strength had already reached the level of defying the great Tao. He didn't need the approval of heaven and earth, so outsiders didn't know about this at all. He towered over all directions, his aura devouring mountains and rivers, crushing everyone until they couldn't breathe. What do you want? The gold-eating beast shouted. This type of pressure made even his undying metal body feel oppressed, about to collapse. I want to kill you. Yifan's words were calm, simple and direct. You dare fight against so many of us alone? Aren't you scared of dying in vain? The Copper Ant King also shouted loudly, encouraging everyone to take action together. See if I dare or not. Yifan said. He disappeared from his original location, turning into an expanse of heaven overflowing golden light as he rushed forward. It could be called a hurricane, because it was too domineering. It engulfed the heavens above and earth below, as if a crazy gale had passed through. The people at the front flew outwards one after another, blood flowing out from their 7 apertures. Their internal organs felt like they were going to split apart, all of their expressions changing, their scalps going numb. This type of power was too shocking. You. The gold-eating beast turned pale with fright, doing everything he could to resist. However, chaotic energy surged over. He didn't see Yifan's entire body, only seeing a pair of fists that suppressed the world, crushing all things. Pooh! The gold-eating beast released a loud cry. Its body exploded, blood splashing outwards. It was close to despair. It didn't even see the enemy clearly before it was directly blasted apart in the void. Chang! Black dragon patterns trembled, rushing out from within its body, turning into a poisonous thorn that shot forward. With a zheng sound, it was clamped down by 2 golden fingers, unable to move in the slightest. Everyone, this person is unmatched, touching upon the taboo domain. Let's attack together and kill him. The gold-eating beast roared crazily, full of fear. Pooh! What he received in response was only a fist. After this strike, the gold-eating beast's shattered body turned into dust, primordial spirit even more so turning into smoke, body and spirit destroyed. On the side, the Copper Ant King was terrified, his face snow-white, almost trembling as he fled for his life. However, a figure walked over from the primal chaos. It looked like it was moving slowly, but with a single step, mountains and rivers would reverse, stars moving and moon moving, great speed exceeding normal reasoning. It was as if it hadn't moved at all, yet it directly blocked in front of the Copper Ant King. Chaotic mist surged. A fist appeared, tyrannical in the heavens above and earth below. Even though the Copper Ant King was known to possess world-shaking divine strength, a copper head and iron arms, right now, he was blasted through by this fist, blood splashing several dozen meters into the air. No ancient treasure could stop this. The Copper Ant King had collected more than 30 weapons, secret treasures, and other things. They were all blasted into pieces by this Emperor Fist, turning into scattered ashes. Blood splashed high into the air. The Copper Ant King's expression froze, his head exploding. Then, the chaotic energy scattered, and Yifan's figure disappeared into the distance. Only the Ant King's crushed bones and blood remained in his original location. Chapter 1457. The entire battlefield was silent. Everyone was greatly shaken. The saintly physique of the human race was truly undefeatable. What kind of fist technique was this? It could truly kill everything in the world. Was the golden beast not powerful? He had conquered an entire region and was known as peerless on that ancient path. Was the Copper Ant King weak? He had swept through another starry sky and was known as the strongest of his region. It was precisely such a character who had died so miserably. Under the Emperor's fist, he could not retaliate at all and was directly blown to pieces. The golden beast's body was peerless and almost indestructible, but now it was dead. The Copper Ant King's physique was special. He had boundless strength and could carry the moon and back the sun, shaking the entire sky. Yet such a powerful body was directly smashed to pieces. Everyone was shaken and terrified. Their expressions changed continuously as their hearts were terrified to the extreme. How can he be so powerful? Is the saintly physique of the human race truly undefeatable? Shenlong mumbled to herself. She had forcefully asked Yifan to join the god race but was rejected. Now, he had arrogantly come here, only to see such a terrifying scene. He has truly touched upon that domain. Tian sighed. A terrifying mist appeared on his body as he stood there motionlessly. No one knew what he was thinking. The Forbidden Domain is a terrifying title. Since ancient times, those who have reached this domain are all extremely talented and peerless. The great demonic god expressionlessly said. In another direction, the heaven-devouring beast was looking down on everyone. It was pressuring Longma and the other 10 saints, wanting to kill everyone in one move. However, after seeing this scene, his expression became gloomy and his eyes became extremely cold. The earth corpse was motionless and gazed at the Bodhi tree. Corpse energy emerged on his face as he clenched his fists. Although his expression was cold and numb, everyone could see the heaviness in his heart. Yifan was too powerful and deeply threatened everyone's confidence. They had a bad premonition, and this was the common demon in everyone's heart. Everyone's expression was unsightly. It was worse than swallowing a bunch of dead flies. Not long ago, they had arrogantly said that the human race's saintly physique was meat on the chopping block and that they could seize the Bodhi tree. But now, everyone was petrified. With how powerful Yifan was, how many people dared to go up? Who could say that they could suppress the human race's saintly physique? Many people's faces were ashen, feeling as if they had been slapped in the face. They didn't say anything for a long time. However, even more people were shocked. They knew that a resplendent martial emperor star had risen, and it was unstoppable. With a boom, the battlefield split apart. Yi Fan was like a deity looking down on all directions as he charged towards Pang Bo. Invincible fist intent manifested, killing all the enemies there. This place was very close to the Bodhi tree. Many people had rushed here. Pang Bo had risked his life to stop these people, but he had suffered an unimaginable injury. His Daoist body had been destroyed and scattered on the spot. Meanwhile, his true body was covered in wounds. Even now, there were still several broken spears stuck in his back, penetrating deep into his bones and dripping with blood. Moreover, there was a purple dagger stabbed into his head, piercing through his skull. If it weren't for the swordsman formula that could heal the injured body, he might have already died here. Pang Bo's injuries were extremely severe. He had blocked so many powerful enemies with his Saint King realm cultivation level just to buy time for Yi Fan. Among them, there was no lack of people at the peak of the 9th tier. At this time, seeing Yi Fan's cultivation complete, he let out a long sigh as if he had been relieved. His body staggered and almost fell into a pool of blood. The sky exploded. Yi Fan had gained the upper hand by showing off his strength. Just now, he had killed the gold-eating beast and the copper ant king in one move, shocking everyone. Now that he had turned around to attack, everyone was terrified. As he strode forward, the heaven and earth trembled. It was as if the entire void couldn't contain his true body. Yi Fan raised his fist and smashed out. His whole body shone with a resplendent golden light as if he was burning with flames. Pfft! The people at the very front were hit by his fist and blood splattered everywhere. Their bones were broken, and their bodies exploded. Yi Fan was truly furious. Pang Bo had almost died here because of him and was covered in injuries. These people were all executioners, and he didn't want to let any of them go. He was like a fiend god that had rushed out of hell and broken free of his shackles. He slaughtered in all directions, blood dripping from his fists and fingers. No one could face him head-on, and every punch was fatal. Blood and bones flew everywhere. This scene was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan was invincible and unstoppable. This was a great momentum of invincibility. There was a pile of corpses under his feet as he advanced, stepping on everyone's corpses. It was useless to run. Yi Fan had the row formula, and his speed was unparalleled. Unless he used an ancestral weapon to tear open the void, it would be difficult to survive. Rumble. The great Tao resonated. Yi Fan's body shone with boundless light as he pressed one hand on Pang Bo's body. Blood energy surged, helping him organize his veins and connect his broken bones. Yuan Qi surged in like the sea, recovering his vitality. "I'm fine. Don't waste your essence Qi on me," Pang Bo said. "Don't worry." Yi Fan only said these 2 words, but they were filled with powerful self-confidence. All of Pang Bo's misgivings disappeared. They had gone through life and death together, stepping into the world of cultivators together. They came from the same place and understood each other. What are you all waiting for? Waiting to die? Let's kill him together, or else we will all die. The people who had surrounded Pang Bo just now roared. Pooh! However, the leader's words came to a screeching halt. A bright red flower of blood blossomed in front of his forehead, and he directly fell down. Yi Fan's fingers shook, and divine radiance erupted from his 10 fingers. It was as if immortal rainbows pierced through the heavens and earth. The 3 people at the very front seemed to have been torn apart, and they were all smashed into pieces. A bloody mist pervaded the air. Kill! Yi Fan shouted explosively. He crossed the void and arrived in an instant. A fist smashed out, tyrannical and overwhelming. The remaining 3 people all exploded, and their sparkling white bones flew high into the air. Apart from this, there was nothing left. The primal chaos mist scattered, and only a rear figure could be seen. Yi Fan walked towards the next battlefield. This is undoubtedly a forbidden domain. Many people felt a chill from head to toe, feeling despair. This type of person was truly almost unrivaled. Could it be that he was going to reign supreme over the emperor's path so early? Every single great emperor was shockingly talented, and they would create their own different ancient scriptures. This was especially the case for the forbidden absolute arts. They were unfathomable and didn't appear in the world. The secret technique on the last page of the imperial scriptures was the terrifying embodiment of the ancient great emperor's ultimate strength. Very few people could pry into it, because those who did almost all died. Only by displaying the supreme profound mysteries of the forbidden absolute arts and stepping into this domain would it be called a forbidden domain. The great emperor's scriptures were passed down, so their descendants would naturally possess them. Even though they could display them, it was truly too difficult to establish a true forbidden domain. There was only one reason, and that was that it wasn't their Tao. It belonged to the ancient great emperors. They could display it, but they definitely weren't the most powerful embodiment of these ultimate secret techniques. There would always be a disparity between them and the creators. Yifan didn't lack imperial scriptures, but the reason why he established himself in this domain today was precisely because of this. He created the Emperor's Fist. 10,000 scriptures resonated, and divine and demonic symbols appeared. After painstakingly refining it, it evolved into a supreme fist intent that was above all other techniques in this world. It was perfectly compatible with him, and this was his own technique. He had the ability to create an ancient scripture, and his true body entered this domain where he reigned supreme. He experienced the divine feeling of creating an ultimate scripture, obtaining the title of unrivaled, and establishing himself within the forbidden domain. Pooh! In another direction, Ji Ziyue was injured. She wasn't Sanga's opponent, since they were two small realms apart. At this moment, her face was pale, and fresh blood gushed out from her mouth. She carried the little guy who was covered in blood and retreated. The lightning phoenix's injuries were even heavier, and it was almost torn in half. It spasmed in her embrace, and blood dyed the vast sky red. Sangu's face was sinister. He wanted to kill them before Yifan arrived. However, he overestimated his own speed. Yifan took a step forward, and the stars turned and the sun moved. Although it seemed slow, it exceeded the limit of speed, and vaguely touched upon the domain of time. I'm really in the forbidden domain? Sangu turned around, and resentment grew in his heart. They were both comprehending the Tao here, but the results were different. He was the descendant of the archaic demonic god. His bloodline was extremely powerful, and he was favored by the great Tao here. All of the symbols were branded within his body, but now, he was inferior to a human. Why did you also obtain the inheritance of the 3,000 demonic god? He roared. I used them to refine my fist intent, Yifan coldly said. These words were an incomparably heavy blow to Sangu. The human race's sacred body did not obtain the inheritance of the demonic god, and was only used to refine his fist intent. How strong and confident did he have to be to do this? Sangu's expression was extremely ugly. His heart was empty, and he became even more furious. Yifan supported Ji Ziyue and the little guy, and poured essence energy into their bodies to treat their terrifying injuries. He connected the broken bones, and repaired the shattered bones. I'm fine. Ji Ziyue's sparkling white cheeks lacked color. She endured the pain, and her head was covered in cold sweat, indicating that she was fine. Yifan did not listen to her. He knew that her injuries were serious, and he continuously poured golden essence energy to help her recover. The little guy was also in a serious condition. Not long ago, he used all of his strength to stop Sangu from approaching the Bodhi tree. His golden wings were torn off, and his entire body was covered in blood. He was trembling in unconsciousness, and he looked very pitiful. Yifan helped them heal their injuries. He suddenly turned around and faced Sangu, revealing his most terrifying killing intent. Sangu's face was ashen, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. Yifan's performance was enough to explain everything. They were both comprehending the Tao in the same place, but in comparison, Yi Fan had blocked his path to becoming a demonic god. His heart was in despair, and his eyes were blood red. He did not want to escape, and he would rather die in battle than live under the shadow of this world. Saga made his move, and his roar shattered the heavens. 3,000 great symbols appeared, and demonic gods appeared one after another in the sky. They stood side by side like a black mountain, and it was extremely terrifying. Even if a god comes, I will still kill him. Yi Fan had an unrivaled belief, and his loud shout shook the sun, moon, and rivers. Chaotic energy filled the air. He took a step forward, and raised his fist to kill. This was the true Heavenly Emperor's fist. At this moment, his entire body was shining, and it was dazzling. He was like a heavenly emperor descending to the lower realm, advancing courageously, and overlooking all living things. Hong! Saga flew out horizontally, and blood sprayed out from his mouth. Many terrifying wounds appeared all over his body. He chose to directly face it head-on, and did not yield to reality. However, the result was cruel, and he was not a match at all. However, he was different from others. He truly had the potential to be unrivaled under the heavens. He fought a great battle with Yi Fan, and once again rushed up to fight with his life on the line. Pooh! After a dozen or so exchanges, Yi Fan's fist smashed out, and Saga used his fists to block it. His fingers started to break inch by inch, and then his arms exploded. Then, his body violently shook and split into pieces. In the end, his skull was directly shaken, and his body was sent flying more than 10 zhang into the air. Blood and brain matter splashed everywhere. Saga was in despair, and he was full of unwillingness. However, he was forcefully smashed by an enormous fist in tent, and his broken bones flew everywhere, leaving behind a pool of scarlet blood. His name was erased from this world. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned pale. Even such a powerful Saga had died. This was shocking, and the human race's divine physique was truly unrivaled. Everyone felt a chill from head to toe. How were they supposed to continue fighting? Some people saw that the situation was far from good, and they turned around to escape. Pooh! What awaited them was the Heavenly Emperor's fist. Yi Fan's speed was too fast. Once he used the line, character, who could compare? He cut off everyone's path forward, and began a massacre. In the blink of an eye, 8 or 9 people died a violent death. They were smashed to pieces by him, and died under the Heavenly Emperor's fist. Heaven-devouring beast, earth corpse, great gentleman golden snake, all of you, come and accept your death. Yi Fan shouted, and his voice shook the heavens. One person against a group of enemies made everyone tremble. Then, he turned around and looked into the distance. He stared at Tian, the great demonic god, the nine-eyed blue toad, the goddess of the god race, the heavenly wolf, and the others. His eyes were like lightning, penetrating and threatening. There were a total of 10 people on this battlefield, and every one of them was the strongest expert on the ancient road of a region. They were revered under the starry skies, but at this moment, this place was deathly silent. Chapter 1458. Under the skies, primal chaos curled up. A hazy figure stood alone between heaven and earth, facing everyone. His true appearance could not be seen, only a pair of sharp and intimidating eyes shot out through the clouds, making everyone feel like they were suffocating. It was just a single person, yet he stood there coldly against the crowd, suppressing everyone. This place was deathly silent. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they couldn't help but retreat. Yi Fan had come out of seclusion, and his self-created Emperor Fist had reached great success. His achievements shook the past and present, and he stood tall in the forbidden domain. No one here could face him head-on, and no one could contend against him. Many people couldn't escape even if they wanted to. They were smashed by the golden fist and killed on the way. Bloody mist scattered, and no matter how fast they were, they couldn't escape. They could only die in vain. He alone overlooked the boundless battlefield. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers, making everyone feel restraining fear, not daring to act recklessly. This was a great aura that truly reigned supreme under the heavens. Boundless demonic sovereign, I will deal with you. The Earth Corpse stepped forward, finally about to make his move. In reality, Yi Fan had already locked onto them. His expression was cold as he stared at the Earth Corpse, the heaven-devouring beast, and a few other important figures. His killing intent penetrated 10,000 li. It was rumored that the Earth Corpse was the Amitabha Buddha's disciple. He had died more than 300,000 years ago, and his body had formed reincarnation seals. His physical body had gained spirituality, and when he walked out from the cave, it was as if he had lived another life. Of course, this was no longer the person of the past. His primordial spirit had changed, and he was a new body. However, his appearance and other areas had not changed at all. Today, he was still bald, and there was a ring scar on his head. His entire body was jet black, flowing with a special luster. Strands of black energy pervaded the air. This was corpse mist. During these 30 years, he had absorbed the death energy of countless corpses in the burial ground of the demonic god Ridge. They all belonged to ancient gods and devils, making him powerful to a terrifying level. At this moment, he walked over step by step. His large sleeves fluttered, and his entire body seemed to be cast from black gold. Corpse mist lingered around him, making him look extremely terrifying. Everyone was speculating whether the Earth Corpse was truly powerful, daring to fight against Yi Fan, or if he was forced to this step and had no choice but to come out and fight. Now, perhaps there was only one battle. So many people besieged Yi Fan, obstructing him from comprehending the Tao, and killing his friends and family. Now, they would inevitably be punished. Hum. The heavens and earth trembled violently. The Earth Corpse took action, and a huge alms bowl flew out. It was simple and unadorned, as if it was forged from purple gold. It turned into the size of a mountain and pressed forward. The heavens trembled, collapsing with a rumbling sound. If not for the corpses of gods and devils suppressing the great earth, this place would have definitely sunk, endangering the entire ancient star. No one expected the power of a simple and unadorned alms bowl to be this great. Several young supreme beings were swept through by the shockwaves, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, their bodies flying outwards. This was an unexpected disaster, because the alms bowl was too powerful. Clang! When Yi Fan made his move, he was like a heavenly deity. With a wave of his palm, he slapped the violet gold alms bowl that was descending from the sky. It was as if a deity from the heavens was hammering immortal iron. The clanging sound was deafening. The alms bowl and his palm erupted with the most dazzling rays of light. It was as if 100,000 volcanoes had erupted and magma filled the air. It was also as if dozens of suns had shattered and were wreaking havoc in the universe. A powerful aura swept out in all directions, shaking people's hearts and sweeping through all directions. Everyone trembled, all of them backing up. There were 2 people who were brushed by it, their bones broken and tendons torn. Blood poured out, their bodies broken into several pieces. This type of power was too crazy and domineering, exceeding everyone's expectations. Yi Fan frowned. This alms bowl was no small matter. Even someone as powerful as him, his palm and fingers unstoppable, couldn't break this artifact. On the contrary, his palm felt a bit of pain. The Earth Corpse was even more shocked, unable to help but back up. It was because this artifact's origins were too great. It was forged from mixed ancient gold, a small piece of immortal material bestowed by the Amitabha Great Emperor. That was a piece of violet gold, a scrap material from a Buddhist supreme divine artifact demon fall pestle. It had previously been nourished by the Amitabha Buddha's willpower, becoming a spiritual divine treasure that was hard to find throughout the world. Material exclusive to a great emperor, together with the nourishment of a Buddha's willpower, it could be said to be a type of defying magical artifact. Who could obtain it? There were records in the Buddhist ancient scriptures that the earth corpse used this immortal material to forge an artifact with other metals, creating a supreme alms bowl weapon. It was difficult to find anyone in the same generation who could contend against it. However, today, not only did someone block this artifact with their bare hands, they even left a clear palm print on it. Their fingerprints were clearly visible. How could this be? To leave a fingerprint on the scrap material of the Amitabha Buddha's weapon, it truly is heaven-defying. The earth corpse couldn't help but be shocked. Yi Fan's attack was ferocious and domineering, his bravery unrivaled under the heavens. His real body disappeared from his original location, abandoning the alms bowl and directly pouncing towards the owner. The earth corpse felt a sense of alarm. Demonic patterns appeared on the surface of his body one after another. Black light flowed, and his will spread in all directions. The violet gold alms bowl immediately turned around and suppressed downwards. Dang, dang. Yi Fan was indifferent. He raised his fist and smashed out, not fearing the Buddhist treasure, even if it was forged from the special immortal material left behind by the Amitabha Buddha. His fists landed on the alms bowl, creating deafening clanging sounds. Moreover, every fist that landed would leave behind a fist print on the alms bowl. It was terrifying beyond compare. If this continued, it wouldn't even be a problem for him to pierce through it. Kill. The earth corpse was furious. The alms bowl was his life, and he had awakened from ignorance. Even though he had severed himself from the past and had long since understood that he was himself, the alms bowl that came to this world with him was still a kind of entrustment that could not be destroyed. With a rumble, boundless corpse energy erupted and rushed up from the earth. It was like a vast ocean that submerged the battlefield. It was incomparably terrifying. At the same time, the alms bowl turned upside down, and its mouth faced downwards. It continuously enlarged, covering the entire sky and devouring all living things. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The boundless corpse energy was the fire, and the alms bowl was the heaven and earth copper furnace. It was going to smelt all living things in this world and destroy all living things within. On the alms bowl, there were various Buddhist allusions and diagrams. For example, the Buddha sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree, cutting off his flesh to feed eagles, cutting off his arm to feed tigers. He was extremely compassionate as he walked through the mortal world and preached the Tao to 10,000 realms. This alms bowl had long developed intelligence. Even though it wasn't an ancestral artifact, a corner of the material within had been nourished by the Amitabha Buddha's willpower. At this moment, it displayed its terrifying power. It was indestructible, suppressing past and present, devouring all living things. It was always undying, about to refine Yi Fan. Many people were stirred up when they saw this. This weapon was too ferocious, as if the Buddha's spirituality possessed it, suppressing all devils. Yi Fan's heavenly emperor fist was extremely terrifying, yet it actually couldn't do anything to it. Everyone, what are you all waiting for? There is no way out now. Let's attack together and kill him together. Someone shouted loudly, clearly expressing the severity of the situation. Kill. A group of people roared, rushing forward murderously. All types of weapons flew about: copper pagoda, heaven-gathering umbrella, heaven-measuring ruler, purple gold sword, heaven-swallowing jade gourd. Precious light danced about, covering the sky as they descended on Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked back coldly. The space between his brows released endless divine radiance. A simple and unadorned little cauldron flew out, turning into an undying streak of immortal light as it directly flew forward. With a light pu sound, the space between the brows of the one who spoke first exploded, a small cauldron-shaped hole pierced through. Bright red blood flew 4 or 5 meters into the air, and then he directly fell down. There was immediately an awkward silence, the shouts of war calming down. Many people were horrified, subconsciously stopping their steps. However, Yi Fan's attacks didn't stop. The cauldron quickly enlarged, suppressing heaven and earth. The source energy of all living things poured down like boundless waterfalls, also like heavenly rivers. With a wonglong sound, the bones of the people at the very front were directly broken and torn apart. Their bodies exploded from the pressure, their primordial spirits turning into ashes, immediately dying. Yi Fan's killing intent surged into the heavens, using the most powerful methods to kill the enemy. He comprehended the heavenly emperor fist while in seclusion, and this cauldron also had his Tao engraved on it, becoming just like his true body, making it even more terrifying. Many people fled in disarray, but at this time, another powerful aura instantly erupted, closing in, directly blasting at Yi Fan's back. The heaven-swallowing beast took action. This was a mouthful of essence blood he spat out, turning into a giant beast king. Its roar roared through heaven and earth, making mountains collapse and seas roar. It attacked from behind, viciously attacking. Yi Fan resisted the violet gold alms bowl. He suddenly turned around, the space between his brows releasing a streak of golden sword radiance that could destroy mountains and rivers, 10,000 spirits, able to extinguish the sun, moon, and stars as it hacked towards the giant beast. However, immediately afterwards, a great sense of alarm rose in his heart. He felt a wave of danger. His heavenly eye flourished with brilliance as he clearly saw that this beast king formed from condensed essence blood had an array diagram in its mouth that was hidden within its body. This was a forbidden artifact that might be able to seriously injure the great sage. Strand after strand of divine might pervaded the air. Even though it was suppressed, sealed within the beast king's body, Yi Fan's spiritual senses had already reached an inconceivable level, difficult to hide from him. The heaven-swallowing beast was extremely vicious, using essence blood to take form, attacking with a forbidden artifact in its mouth. If Yi Fan blasted it apart with a single fist, this forbidden artifact would definitely explode, displaying its greatest power. Yi Fan was valiant, but there was no need to face it head-on. He evaded after sensing danger, operating the soldier character. That alms bowl rumbled, trembling with a keng-chong sound, blocking in front of him. Hong Long. The heavenly dome exploded, primal chaos surging. This place was completely ruined, the blood essence ancient beast split into pieces, the forbidden artifact exploding as expected, smashing into the alms bowl until it cried out, flying several dozen li out. The heaven-swallowing beast wanted to use this vicious method of destroying a rarely seen divine treasure to make Yi Fan's blood dye the skies, seriously injuring him, but it unfortunately miscalculated. Kill! Yi Fan released a cold shout, the golden light in his eyes reaching several hundred zhang in length, crossing several dozen li with a single step, directly arriving in front of the heaven-swallowing beast, raising his fist and smashing it over. It was a straightforward attack, no tricks, no schemes. Yi Fan was like a celestial emperor descending into this world, incomparably dignified. He was submerged in endless immortal light, a fist smashing out, heaven and earth trembling, everything in all directions destroyed. Pooh! The heaven-swallowing beast was greatly shaken, unable to block Yi Fan's fist. Its mountainous body swayed, a large expanse of blood spraying out from its mouth, falling onto the great earth like a river of blood. However, this was still enough to leave the other cultivators shaken. Just now, Yi Fan blasted apart all the experts with a single punch, only Sang-gu and the earth corpse able to face him head-on. Now, there was finally one more. The heaven-swallowing beast didn't die, its body unharmed. Yi Fan's expression was cold, pressing forward, preparing to unleash a great slaughter. The heaven-swallowing beast was known as one of the most terrifying bloodlines since ancient times. When it matured to the extreme, it could devour all things and rivers of stars, smelting a star domain, its might resounding throughout the ages. At this time, an expanse of symbols rushed out from between his brows, evolving into an ancient universe, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving, primal chaos surging, concretely detailed, no different from the real world. This was a cage that was going to trap Yi Fan and restrict him. Yi Fan quickly took action, obstructing it in the distance. At the same time, the earth corpse rushed over, holding the alms bowl related to the Buddha, suppressing Yifan. Tens of thousands of traces of the great Tao covered heaven and earth. The two of them besieging Yifan made the others see hope. There were more people joining the battle, slaughtering their way forward. The myriad energy cauldron rumbled, the boundless waterfall like primal chaos flowing out, flowing side by side with the source energy, falling down. It flew back, suspending above Yifan's head, impervious to all methods. "It's been too long, I'll send you all on your way," Yifan said, displaying the heavenly emperor fist, as if a war immortal had descended, his divine might unparalleled. This man and cauldron became one, no one able to stop it. Even though there were many people who rushed over, they were all like chickens and dogs, blasted apart by Yifan's fist, turning into bloody mist. Even the earth corpse and heaven-swallowing beast couldn't hold on, the two coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, their arms breaking one after another, turning into bloody mist. Then, cracks also appeared on their bodies, on the verge of death. Dang, dang. Yifan continuously brandished the emperor fist, every strike landing on the alms bowl, a total of 36 fists smashing down. The purple gold Buddhist artifact finally couldn't hold on any longer, breaking into pieces. A loud sound rang through the air. Most of the alms bowl was destroyed, turning into dust. There was still a small portion left, purple gold brilliant. That was the portion nourished by Amitabha's will force, difficult to destroy. Peng's cry through the skies. On Yifan's shoulder, the golden-winged Peng that had turned into a foot long had extremely resplendent eyes. Its entire body seemed to be forged from gold. At this moment, it flapped its wings and rushed into the sky, sucking the purple gold immortal material into its mouth, saving it to forge its own artifact. Afterwards, it descended again, returning to Yifan's shoulder. Its eyes shone resplendently, as if it was a golden lamp. This was the mighty Gu Golden Peng. It was an 8th heavenly layer saint ruler, yet it was in such a state right now. It was shocking. It had been subdued by Yifan's supreme martial intent, willing to become a protector bird king. The earth corpse was shocked and furious. The alms bowl had been buried underground for over 300,000 years, appearing in this world with him. They shared the same fate, and it was his spiritual sustenance. Now, it had been taken away by someone. He found it difficult to accept. However, the worst was yet to come. Yifan killed his way over. The heavenly emperor fist was unparalleled in the world. He stood in the forbidden domain, reigning supreme and undefeatable. Yifan punched out, and the earth corpse was sent flying. He was covered in blood and drowned in boundless divine light, unable to struggle. Primal chaos pervaded the air as Yifan approached step by step. The earth corpse felt bitter. It had only been a few dozen rounds, and he already had no strength to fight back. How could he even talk about fighting on the imperial road? Compared to the current Yifan, the gap was not just a little big. He said with a trembling voice, "Is the forbidden domain so terrifying?" Boom! What responded to him was a golden fist, which shattered all the artifacts he had taken out. Then, the fist pierced through his chest, causing him to explode on the spot. No secret technique or artifact could block this peerless attack. Only a bloody mist remained where he was. The heaven-swallowing beasts were terrified. They turned to leave, but where could they go? As soon as they moved, they were cut off by Yifan. From start to finish, no one could escape. "I'll fight you to the death." There were tens of thousands of runes between his eyebrows, interweaving to form a small universe. It pressed down once again. The sun, moon, and stars rotated, and the primal chaos was hazy. This was a true cage of a small world. This time, Yifan did not dodge. His true body entered, and brilliant light shone, directly shattering the world and destroying the true small universe. Pfft! The heaven-swallowing beast spat out a large mouthful of blood, and a terrifying wound appeared between its eyebrows. Blood and brain matter spilled out. Yi Fan's expression was cold. His murderous intent penetrated the 9 heavens, ruthlessly suppressing it. In the end, all sounds disappeared. The human body was destroyed, and only a golden fist was left in the primal chaos mist, suppressing the heavens. The heaven-swallowing beast became a pool of blood, leaving the world in terror. Yi Fan stood between heaven and earth, his eyes cold. The myriad chi cauldron above his head floated up and down, and strands of silk hung down, protecting him within. This was an invincible true body. With the protection of this artifact, no one could contend against it. Chapter 1459. The earth corpse died, the heaven-swallowing beast also died, both dying in front of the Bodhi tree. There were even other cultivators' corpses that fell at Yi Fan's feet. This result made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an icehouse. The entire battlefield was deathly silent. Now, those who were still alive were all in despair. How were they supposed to fight? They weren't his opponent at all. What was even worse was that they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Everyone could see Yi Fan's unmatched state, standing in the forbidden domain. There were truly no opponents here. How could he be so fast? He advanced to this domain so early. Who would be able to contend against him in the future? Everyone was in despair. Could it be that he really will become an emperor in the future? Someone said with a trembling voice. Throughout the past and present, those who entered this domain rarely shed blood or died. Most of them would leave their names in the annals of history and have great accomplishments that shook the world. The best among them would inevitably become emperors. Everyone immediately became horrified. A divine body becoming an emperor was a grand event that had never been seen before. The more difficult it was, the more supreme and divine the Tao result would be. How powerful would it be? Not necessarily. Despite this being the case, most of the people in history were stopped outside that threshold, unable to rule over the entire cosmos. A few people forcefully calmed themselves down, but no one knew what they were thinking inside. Ancient emperors represented breathtaking and unrivaled. Just the mention of this title would make one tremble. Even after hundreds of thousands of years had passed, there were still their undying legends in this world. This was especially the case for their glorious battle accomplishments before they became emperors. They were simply heaven-defying, sweeping through their peers as easily as crushing dry weeds. Why was it like this? It was precisely because they were standing in the forbidden domain. Even though later generations grasped emperor scriptures and possessed the ultimate forbidden techniques, in the end, those weren't their own Tao and couldn't perfectly harmonize with their bodies. There was always a gap between them and the Creator, and they couldn't resist the forbidden characters. Goddess Shenlan's face was pale. Even though she was at the edge of the battlefield and hadn't taken action, she still felt a suffocating feeling. She had arrogantly asked Yi Fan to join the god race, but now, it seemed a bit laughable. The nine-eyed jade toad, great demonic god, heavenly wolf, Di Tian, and the others were all silent. They stood in the distance, and some of them almost took action. Right now, they didn't know what to feel. Even though standing in the forbidden region is frightening, possessing the power to fight through all regions, most people will still fail, finding it difficult to cross that threshold. Moreover, since ancient times, no one had ever achieved the divine physique. This was the greatest comfort in many people's hearts. No one hoped that Yi Fan would reach that realm. Otherwise, just thinking about it would make people shiver. Even further away, Great Gentleman Golden Snake transformed into human form. His head of golden hair stood on end, and the corners of his eyes cracked. Traces of blood could be seen. Previously, he had disregarded everything and almost fused with the formation diagram to kill his way towards the Bodhi tree. However, he hesitated and chose to leave the battlefield. However, it was difficult to do so because his opponent was Ji Haoyue. There were many traces of blood at the corners of Ji Haoyue's lips, but his fighting spirit became more and more exuberant. He used all of his strength to activate the ancient mirror, allowing it to revive and fight against Great Gentleman Golden Snake. Their confrontation took place far away from the Bodhi tree. That was a forbidden region, and no one else dared to approach. Otherwise, they would immediately be torn to pieces. The two weapons were too powerful, and there were strands of quasi-emperor's might. No one could resist them. However, Jianghu's cultivation realm was finally lower by a level. His body was heavily injured, and the situation was not looking good. Moreover, Great Gentleman Golden Snake was risking his life regardless of the price. He was falling back. Meanwhile, at this time, Great Gentleman Golden Snake had already seen the Emperor's fist's divine might. He couldn't help but roar towards the sky. He wanted to go mad with hatred. The enemy's aura was too powerful. Even if he killed his way over, would he be able to kill the human race's divine physique? He might just die. The heaven and earth trembled, and the primal chaos became hazy. An indistinct figure walked over. His figure was well built, and his black hair was thick. Two sharp eyes penetrated through the mist as he stared at Great Gentleman Golden Snake. Yifan arrived with the all-life source cauldron above his head. The mouth of the cauldron poured down primal chaos and source energy like a waterfall, protecting him within as he pressed forward step by step. He possessed great offensive power. The Heavenly Emperor's fist shattered everything in its path. 10,000 creatures retreated, and no one could face it head-on. And now, he had this kind of weapon for defense. One for offense and one for defense, unparalleled in the same realm. Moreover, this cauldron's offensive side had yet to appear. Ah! Great Gentleman Golden Snake roared towards the sky. There was great hatred in his heart. Today, he was actually forced to this step. His brother died in battle, and now, he was also in danger. Even though he had an ancestral artifact in his hands, he was well aware that Yifan definitely had a powerful trump card as well. Otherwise, Second Gentleman Golden Snake would not have died so mysteriously that day. Kill! He roared loudly and activated the flying serpent diagram, shaking Jianghu until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His body flew outwards, but he still couldn't escape. It was because in a battle of this level, the person was not the most important. The ancient artifact was the most fundamental. Regardless of whether it was the precious mirror or his flying serpent diagram, they were both extremely powerful and great. They were the ancestral treasures of a race. Hong! This area of the heavens shattered. The precious mirror flowed with brilliance, and many wisps of silk scattered down. A hazy sphere of light wrapped around Jianghu, sending him flying several tens of thousands of zhang out. His entire body was covered in blood, and many of his bones were broken. Great Gentleman Golden Snake was also in discomfort. His chest caved in, and even his heart was almost crushed by the mirror radiance. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and the shattered bones in his body almost fell off. Let me. Yifan arrived and stopped Jianghu. He walked up alone to face the flying serpent race's young supreme expert. Jianghu coughed out a mouthful of blood and withdrew from the battlefield. He held the mirror and watched the battle. Human race holy body, you killed 3 of my brothers. This hatred is higher than the heavens and deeper than the sea. 100 deaths cannot atone for it. Great Gentleman Golden Snake clenched his teeth. This hatred was too great. He truly wanted to skin the person in front of him alive, but he knew that it was difficult to accomplish. However, now that he was blocked by 2 great experts, he could only fight a bloody battle. Then go reunite with your brothers. Yifan said coldly. He didn't want to say too much. Imposing, unyielding, the embodiment of justice, these were all unnecessary. In reality, the other party was going too far. Back then, they took the initiative to provoke him and wanted to kill him, but in the end, they were all killed by him. Great Gentleman Golden Snake's eyes were cold. The formation diagram above his head danced about, turning into a sphere of immortal light as it flew towards Yifan. He shouted, "Let me see just what kind of ancestral artifact you have." Right now, he couldn't escape, so he could only fight a bloody battle. He had no choice but to stake it all. He used all of his strength to revive the flying serpent diagram and smashed it towards Yifan's skull. Weng Long. The cauldron above Yifan's head rumbled, and the source energy that descended became even more abundant. It covered heaven and earth, making him impervious to all methods. Moreover, at this time, an expanse of green light appeared within the cauldron. It was sparkling and translucent like jade, blocking the tremendous pressure above. What is that? Great Gentleman Golden Snake opened his heavenly eye and did his best to observe. He wanted to understand what was going on. For so many years, Yifan's secret artifact had always puzzled him. Within the expanse of green multicolored light, the flying serpent diagram wailed. It unexpectedly rushed upwards and directly entered the clouds before disappearing in an instant. This scene couldn't help but shock Great Gentleman Golden Snake, as well as the nine-eyed jade toad, Di Tian, Shenlong, the great demonic god, and the heavenly wolf. What exactly was this thing? Its power was too great. Yifan's divine might was awe-inspiring as he strode forward. His body became indistinct and was curled up by mist. The cauldron above his head bobbed up and down, and the green light within the cauldron's mouth didn't subside for a long time. Great Gentleman Golden Snake was in despair. The flying serpent diagram had been frightened away and fled into the depths of the cosmos. How could he still fight? However, Yifan didn't sacrifice the cauldron. His true body attacked forward, wanting to use his most powerful secret technique to kill the enemy. In a short moment, the green light dissipated, and the place regained its tranquility. You want to fight with my true body? That's fine, I couldn't ask for more. Great Gentleman Golden Snake saw a glimmer of hope. His expression became gloomy, and the bones of his entire body crackled as he used his divine technique to rush forward. Pang! Yifan's fist moved in all directions, and a golden energy surged forward violently. Great Gentleman Golden Snake's body shook violently as he staggered backwards. His entire body was covered in bloody scars, and there was blood dripping down. This battle accomplishment of Great Gentleman Golden Snake was enough to be proud of. He forcefully fought against Yifan, who was in the forbidden domain, and his body wasn't destroyed. How powerful was this? How many people could contend against Yifan's physique? However, it was a bit lamentable now. The two exchanged blows in an intense battle. Great Gentleman Golden Snake transformed into his human form. His golden hair danced in the wind like a burning flame. His expression was sinister, and his killing intent was boiling. This battle had gone on for more than 90 exchanges, surpassing everyone before him. It was as if a dragon and tiger were contending for supremacy. However, everyone knew that Great Gentleman Golden Snake couldn't hold on any longer. His entire body was covered in blood, and his bones were fractured everywhere. He had suffered extremely terrifying injuries. They couldn't tell what was going on right now, but his body was definitely ruined. His internal bones and tendons could collapse at any time. Arg! Great Gentleman Golden Snake howled in rage. His body finally couldn't endure it any longer and started to crack. But at this moment, his forehead shone with brilliant light as a palm-sized golden snake flew out, radiating undying divine might as it lunged towards Yifan's immortal foundation. Winged Serpent Soul Transformation. This type of cultivation art was extremely demonic and bizarre. It was a transformation of the primordial spirit, allowing the soul to be reborn and undergo a sublimation, strengthening one's divine sense. This palm-sized winged serpent had a small golden bell in its mouth. It arrived before Qin went in the blink of an eye. It was like the sound of a death knell. The bell waves expanded outwards, shattering everything. It was extremely terrifying and forced its way towards the source chi of all things. But in the end, it couldn't penetrate through. A cold smile appeared on Yifan's face. He kept the cauldron back into his immortal foundation and allowed the small snake to rush over. His forehead shone with brilliant light as a fist-sized golden person stepped out. He didn't hug the cauldron, nor did he wield a weapon. He only used a single fist. The golden person was Yifan's primordial spirit. What he unleashed was still the Sky Emperor fist. It was resplendent, shaking the entire graveyard of deities and devils, causing the primordial spirits of everyone to become unstable and on the verge of collapse. Dang, the death knell rang out. It was unknown who it was ringing for. Yifan was unharmed, but the golden snake broke apart inch by inch. After that, the small golden bell also suddenly exploded. With a light sound, Great Gentleman Golden Snake's body also disintegrated. Blood splattered in all directions as he transformed into a mist of blood. His body and spirit were both destroyed. The 4 young supreme experts of the winged serpent bloodline walked on the ancient path, slaughtering everything in their path. They were invincible and their hands were stained with blood. Yet in the end, they all died in battle, all of them killed by Yifan's subordinates. Silence filled the surroundings. Who could resist? And now, with the existence of the human race's saint physique, who would dare to claim supremacy? At the very least, this star region was no more. The Green Phoenix Daoist's prophecy before his death came true. Many experts and heavenly geniuses of various races died, and they all died under the hands of a single person. Their blood dyed the other shore red. These people were known to be the most powerful on an ancient path, the young supreme experts of a region. However, when they arrived in a vaster star region, only sorrow remained. In reality, it had always been like this since ancient times. This kind of tragedy had always been repeated. Every great era was built from the piling up of the corpses of human heroes. It was a glorious era, but when one looked back, it was actually a sea of blood and a mountain of bones. The curtains have been drawn. Di Tian and the others turned around and left. They were at the edge of the battlefield. Although they hadn't taken action yet, it was still possible that they would be punished. Yifan brandished his fists, striking out in all directions. Streak after streak of golden light shattered the sky, destroying all living things, and slaughtering all the remaining enemies. The white-haired celestial wolf's back was almost pierced through. White bones could be seen, and blood splattered everywhere. The 9-eyed jade toad was sent flying, its entire body covered in blood. The bodies of Di Tian, the great demonic god, and Shenlan were also violently trembling. In the end, only the 5 of them were able to leave. The remaining people were all blasted apart by a single punch, turning into a bloody mist. This was a great massacre. Yifan had completely slaughtered the heroes of various races. There was only one supreme expert. The mountains and valleys were all rumbling. At this point, there was no need to say anything more. Yifan's performance was enough to explain everything. He had fought until no one dared to claim supremacy in this world. At the very least, no one in this star region who was fighting for supremacy on the Emperor's path dared to stand out. Chapter 1460. The Bodhi tree swayed and made rustling sounds. They had already changed locations, and everyone was sitting cross-legged under the precious tree. Pang Bo, Longma, Jianghu, and the others were concentrating on healing their injuries. Yifan was also motionless as he stood under the tree. He was experiencing everything that had just happened, consolidating his own Tao fruit. The roots of the Bodhi tree were like dragons, deeply rooted into the ground. The leaves on the tree were shaking like the ringing of a great bell. Yifan, Jianghu, the little guy and the others were at peace. Those who comprehended the Tao were comprehending the Tao, and those who healed their injuries were healing. Their essence, energy, and spirit became one as they approached nature. No one knew how much time had passed, but the Bodhi tree was like a scripture that was flipping pages. Chanting sounds rang out, and bizarre scenes appeared one after another, making everyone indescribably amazed. Upon closer inspection, one could feel that this started from the modern era, and gradually progressed to the ancient era. Several figures appeared one after another, and their temperaments were all different. Ji Haoyue, Longma, Gu Jinpeng and the others all woke up one after another, and stared blankly at everything. Could it be Shakyamuni? Pang Bo cried out in alarm. The first person that appeared was very similar to the Buddha statues worshipped in the temples on earth. This made everyone feel bewildered. Was this an imprint left behind by a supreme being in the past? Was there something special about it, or was there some indescribable danger? The shadow flashed again, and another indistinct Buddha statue appeared. It was ancient and full of vicissitudes, as if it was a period of time, but also like a period of history that flowed from the past. This is Amitabha Buddha. Ji Ziyue and her brother's expressions changed at the same time. The second person that appeared was similar to the Buddha statue worshipped in the Western Desert's Great Thunderclap Temple, and they were both indistinct. Two Buddhas appeared one after the other, and everyone's hearts felt a sense of enlightenment. They used a special method to comprehend the truth, and reached a transcendent realm. Yi Fan was the first to wake up. He looked at everyone's expressions, and discovered that they were not confused. It was just a state of mind recorded by the Tao understanding tree, and only then did he relax. It was related to Buddha, but there was no need to reject it. There were tens of thousands of laws in the world, and one could see them all, but they did not necessarily have to walk the same path. A type of atmosphere was born, as if the two Buddhas were discussing the Tao. They were magnanimous, benevolent and compassionate, distinguishing between good and evil, and comprehending the meaning of the truth. The others also woke up. They silently experienced it and verified it, comprehending their own laws and Tao. With a rumbling sound, the two Buddhas suddenly shone with radiance. The great sage paced around the Bodhi tree one after the other. North, south, east, west, a total of 49 steps. The strange flowers followed him and emitted a strange radiance. The Bodhi tree is extraordinary. It has recorded a great realm of the Buddhist path. It is supreme, and it might be a great fortune for Buddhist disciples. Ji Haoyue sighed softly. Suddenly, the leaves on the tree swayed, and another image appeared. This was an elder with white hair and a full forehead. His eyes were wise and far-sighted, and one could tell with a single glance that he was an ancient person with great wisdom. He had a quiet and indifferent temperament. Of course, an even more ancient aura rushed over, as if it had penetrated through the entire history of the human race, extremely distant. Why do I feel like this is a scene from the end of the world? Perhaps this is a character from the mythological era. After all, the Bodhi tree once belonged to different celestial being and the great emperor. Pang Bo and Longma discussed. This person was definitely extremely ancient and had accumulated over the years. If he was from ancient times, he would have appeared here. In truth, this was also the case. From Shakyamuni to Amitabha, and then to this person, this was a process that went against the river of time. Why does he look familiar? Ji Ziyue said in a daze. Ji Haoyue's body shook when he heard this, as if he recalled something. He revealed a look of disbelief as he looked at his sister. Brother Haoyue, did you notice anything? Pang Bo asked. At the side, Ji Ziyue was also shocked. Her beautiful eyes shot out a shocking light. It's him, he came to our Ji family before. My ancestral uncles have seen him before. What? You have seen this person before? He went to your Ji family? Even Yi Fan was shocked. Ji Ziyue nodded, her eyes bright and teeth white. Surprise was written all over her face. That's right, 2,000 years ago, an elder riding an ox visited my family. Some of the elders in the family saw him and drew his portrait in the library. My brother and I saw it by chance. Back then, this wise ancient person had crossed the starry sky and descended upon the Big Dipper. He had once visited the Ji family. In the past, Yi Fan had heard the siblings talk about it. How is that possible? An ancient person from the mythological era, didn't die. Pang Bo felt that his mind was in a mess. This was just too shocking. Yi Fan was stunned. He thought of some legends from the other side of the starry sky and fell into a daze. Thinking about it, he might be able to explain some problems. Legend had it that Madame Li was washing clothes by the river at the entrance of the village. She picked up a yellow plum and gave birth to a son. When he was born, he had white hair and white eyebrows. He also had a fluffy white beard, which was why he was named Laozi. To the people of the future, this was obviously too ridiculous and was treated as nonsense. They found it unbelievable, but now it seemed like there was more to it than meets the eye. Can such things be believed? It was just made up to deify the ancient people. Jianghu frowned. No, this is a legend from our hometown. Yi Zi, did you think of something? Pang Bo asked. Yi Fan nodded and shared some speculations. According to historical records, Laozi was born in Ku County of Chu, which is now Lui County. During the spring and autumn period 2,500 years ago, there were many mountain torrents in Chu. The mountain torrents in Chu were very serious. Mountains collapsed and the ground caved in. Bone books, stone tablets, and even skeletons could be seen. How can a person be born like an old man with white hair and beard? Yi Fan guessed that Laozi was an ancient venerable with a reincarnation seal in his body. After the mountain torrents, he was washed out from the belly of the mountain. When the water slowed down and he drifted down, Madame Li found him and fished him up. Obviously, he had a great background. He was the celestial being from the mythological era and had a reincarnation seal in his body. His primordial spirit had died, but his body was still immortal and had developed spiritual intelligence. He was Laozi in this generation. Pang Bo was dumbfounded and then sighed. Yi Zi, this is only on this side of the starry sky. If you said this on Earth, you would be cursed to death. I think it's possible. Longma didn't care about anything else. He believed that the so-called Laozi was a celestial being from the mythological era who had seen the light of day again after the mountain torrents. They were comprehending the Tao under the emerald Bodhi tree, discussing the laws and trying to figure out the orthodoxy of the ancients. For a moment, they were filled with emotions. Yi Fan. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. The roar shook the sky like the roar of a deity, causing one's blood to surge. The 10 saints, Gu Jinpeng, and the others were all astonished. Who was this powerful? He could actually transmit his voice through the densely packed formation. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Ji Ziyue, and the others were stunned when they heard the roar. Then, they revealed astonished expressions and were overjoyed. This was too unexpected. This was an old friend. Is it him? That's right, it's Brother Monkey. They had never thought that they would hear the sacred prince's voice. They quickly disintegrated the formation runes and walked out of the great formation, just in time to see a divine ape with a thunderous mouth and golden eyes. Its entire body was resplendent with golden light. No wonder it's so powerful. It's actually the legendary battle saint ape. The black bear saint and the others were alarmed. They had seen the most terrifying bloodline. Brother Monkey. Pang Bo laughed. Yi Fan, Jianghu, and the others all went up to greet him. This was too unexpected. The sacred prince had also appeared on the other side. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Do you see this? This monkey is my little brother. Back then, we killed the sacred prince together. Longma boasted shamelessly to the golden lion saint and the green one. The group rolled their eyes and looked at him in disdain. The sacred prince was even more elegant than before. His eyes were fiery and his hair was brilliant. His essence, energy, and spirit were burning like flames. Wang! He immediately gave Yi Fan a fierce and domineering palm. The entire graveyard of deities and demons began to tremble. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone's expressions changed. This palm was too ferocious. How could ordinary people withstand it? Blood energy surged like a sea. When Yi Fan saw this, he calmly brandished his fist. The two collided, creating a rumbling sound. It was terrifying beyond compare. Not bad, the rumors were true after all. You killed all the supreme experts of this starry sky alone. The sacred prince laughed heartily. He stopped his attacks and met everyone. It turned out that as soon as he descended on this ancient star, he heard about Yi Fan's massacre and the massacre of the graveyard of deities and demons. He rushed over immediately in fear that something unexpected would happen to them. Jiao. The little guy walked up and squeezed into the crowd. He rubbed his head against the sacred prince's large hand. This is the divine egg of the lightning phoenix from back then? The monkey was also shocked. Everyone felt as if this was a bit unreal. They naturally had to celebrate a bit as they walked out of the divine demon ridge together. After so many years, many great sage knocked on their doors and the divine elder attacked with the killing diagram. They had long opened up a safe path to enter and exit this dangerous land. Brother Monkey, why did you come? Pang Bo asked. I wandered through the starry sky for a few decades. I always heard a few rumors about emperor coffins and ancient life trees. I followed them all the way and crossed many ancient realms before finally arriving here, said the sacred prince. That year, the sacred prince entered his father's burial ground under the victorious fighting Buddha's guidance, which was also the sacred ape bloodline's ancestral mountain. From there, he found the starry sky realm gate and directly returned to their ancestral planet. Brother Monkey, has that bastard Duanda woken up yet? Be careful and don't let him discover the old sacred emperor's coffin, Longma said with a mischievous smile. Go. The sacred prince returned to the ancestral planet and discovered that it was desolate without a single clansman. This bloodline didn't have many people in the ancestral planet at its peak, and now, it was even more extinct. He found the realm gate there and wandered through various ancient realms. He kept on roaming and sharpening himself, killing his way through an unrivaled path. Right, are you really Brother Monkey? Don't tell me you're that six-eared macaque. As they walked, Pang Bo suddenly asked. Everyone was shocked, but they soon felt relieved. The monkey had told them many secrets of Big Dipper, and that six-eared macaque definitely didn't know about it. You said that there's a divine ape similar to me? The sacred prince's eyes widened. This monkey is not simple. We must be careful, Yi Fan said. I've encountered everything in the starry sky all these years. I'm not afraid of him, the monkey said and recounted many of his experiences. In particular, he mentioned that he once encountered a strange green ox that insisted on becoming sworn brothers with him. The ox was called Angel Ox. That ox of mine. Yi Fan was shocked. He had seen Angel Ox's mark in the Ziwei ancient star region. How did you know? The sacred prince was surprised. Where did they go? Did you see me? Pang Bo asked. He had just seen Laozi's previous incarnation under the Bodhi tree, and he had also heard about Angel Ox's whereabouts from the monkey. Angel Ox invited me to go with him. He said he wanted to go to an extremely important ancient land, but I refused, the sacred prince replied. Why did you refuse? Everyone was both regretful and excited because they knew that Laozi's identity was too extraordinary. The ancient land he was looking for was definitely not ordinary. It's someone else's mount. If I go with it, wouldn't I be looking for trouble? I'll be restricted by someone else. The sacred prince rolled his eyes. Chapter 1461. The sacred ape bloodline was unyielding and wouldn't be restrained by others, not even a great emperor. However, the monkey really didn't know the origins of Angel Ox's master. He knew without a doubt that the ancient land he was searching for must be incomparably important. After all, he was the ancient celestial being in his previous life. Yi Fan and the others reunited with the Holy Emperor and the others, so there were naturally many things they wanted to talk about. Too many things had happened during these years. They found a wonderful place where they toasted each other and ate all types of delicious divine meat. The monkey looked at Yi Fan's cauldron being placed on top of a fire, cooking meat, stewing soup, and cooking delicacies. It was surrounded by chaotic energy and accompanied by source energy. He was quite speechless. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. "Brother Monkey, you're wrong about this. This is the enjoyment of a true immortal. Look at the primal chaos steamed meat and the source energy moistened the soup. How many people in the world can enjoy this?" Pang Bo laughed loudly. He poured the life spring of the ancient celestial being into the cauldron to add flavor. On the fire rack, all kinds of delicacies were roasted until they were golden and shiny. Crackling sounds rang out continuously as the fat dripped onto the fire. Is this the meat of the winged serpent?" The monkey was astonished as he looked at the golden meat in the cauldron. It was boiling along with the life spring of the ancient celestial being, releasing a fragrant smell. This time, the golden serpents were completely wiped out, but they didn't obtain any meat. Fortunately, there was still some leftover snake meat from 30 years ago. Together with other delicacies, everyone ate to their heart's content. It seems like Brother Monkey is a kindred spirit and knows how to enjoy. Pang Bo laughed loudly. "No, I've killed a few winged serpents before, but I've never eaten them." The sacred prince said. "You've met one?" The busy Yi Fan turned around and asked. "That's right, I met an old fellow who was extremely outstanding and had no problems breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. He was truly terrifying to the extreme." The sacred prince said with a solemn expression. "What?" Everyone was shocked. Even Ji Ziyue, who was yawning and stretching her slender waist, perked up and came over curiously. This was definitely a huge matter. The quasi-emperor was a taboo. He had truly transcended. In the myriad domains of the universe, there would always be great sage everywhere, but the quasi-emperor had never been seen. Apart from Big Dipper's Gaijioyo, they had never encountered such an existence on the ancient starry sky path and traveled to countless starfields. In reality, there was no hope at all. No one could cross that hurdle, and it was very difficult to see the quasi-emperor in the entire universe. It was an old tongue snake. It was about to become the quasi-emperor, but I destroyed it in my ignorance. The sacred prince revealed a shocking truth. He had previously visited an ancient star. It was a place with broken walls and precipitous cliffs, miasma lingering about. Ancient trees were everywhere, snakes and bugs everywhere. It was extremely terrifying. The entire ancient star was very special. There were countless types of snakes, and the flying serpent race was the ruler. The sacred prince saw a mountain of bones piled up by the skulls of apes there. In a fit of rage, he used his immortal iron rod to sweep away thousands of enemies, shattering everything within 100,000 li. What a coincidence! The old fellow from the flying serpent race was breaking through and was about to take that crucial step. He was awakened by my rod and his primordial spirit entered the demonic path, splitting into pieces and almost dying. Everyone was dumbfounded after hearing this. The sacred prince later found out that this was the emperor of the flying serpent race. He was known as the flying serpent great emperor and was about to succeed in breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. This flying serpent emperor was sitting cross-legged on the most sacred serpent mountain in the entire ancient star. His primordial spirit was about to transform into a serpent god. In the end, he was attacked by the supreme weapon of the monkey and suffered a fatal shock. What was the weapon in the monkey's hand? It was the immortal iron rod of the Emperor of Fighting. It could strike the deities of the 9 heavens and suppress the demonic sovereigns of the 9 hells, shattering all wills that dared to resist. I really didn't do it on purpose. It's just that this race killed so many apes and used their skulls to form a mountain peak. I was truly furious. The monkey put on an innocent appearance. Everyone was speechless. How heaven-defying was this? To be able to successfully stop the birth of a quasi-emperor, the monkey had great methods after all. He could even pierce through the heavens. Even though he spoke casually, it was definitely incomparably dangerous at that time. This was a quasi-emperor, yet he died just like that. If he really succeeded in breaking through, it would have a great impact on the myriad heavens and myriad realms. The flying serpent race is out of luck. Longma chuckled. This really is an eye for an eye. Great Gentleman Golden Snake and the others disturbed Yi Fan's Dao comprehension, and their emperor was also disturbed by Brother Monkey at the most crucial moment of breaking through, almost dying. Pang Bo clicked his tongue as he spoke. You guys killed the 4 Golden Snake brothers? The monkey was even more astonished. That's right. The 4 snakes were exceptionally powerful, but after Yi Fan comprehended the Celestial Emperor Fist, killing them was effortless, said Longma. It was that emperor's 4th-generation grandson, said the sacred prince. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded when they heard this. This was a great enmity. Their group had injured everyone from the flying serpent race, from the old to the young. The flying serpent bloodline had suffered 8 lifetimes of bad luck. This was the unanimous opinion of everyone. They had encountered the monkey and lost the position of quasi-emperor for no reason. Brother Monkey, we were just saying that you had caused a great disaster and pierced through the heavens. Only now do we understand that you had foresight. Otherwise, if a quasi-emperor came to take revenge, no one would be able to stop him. Even though such an outstanding character failed this time, he might still climb back up. After all, he isn't that old, so we have to be on guard in the future. The monkey warned everyone. No matter what, the sacred prince had unintentionally done a great deed and resolved a great disaster for everyone. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After the fine wine and delicacies, Ji Ziyue brewed tea. She took Yi Fan's Dao comprehension tea leaves and used the divine spring liquid as the water. The fragrance wafted out, and after tasting it, one would feel refreshed and enter the Dao realm. Everyone went into seclusion and only woke up half a month later. During this period of time, the outside world was in an uproar. Yi Fan killed in all directions and swept through the battlefield. Apart from the 9-eyed jade toad, Di Tian, Shenlan, the great demonic god, and the heavenly wolf, everyone else was wiped out. Many young experts had stirred up a storm in this region and stirred up a boundless sea of blood. In the end, they all fell here, wiped out. Yi Fan's success shook the world. From this star region to the ancient path, his rise was already unstoppable. The outside world was filled with legends about him. Apart from this, the great sage's attack on the divine domain ended in failure. Emperor weapons collided, and it was rumored that 4 killing swords appeared indistinctly. They merged with the formation diagram and were extremely terrifying. The great sage has been knocking on the pass for many years, and experts from other ancient regions are continuously descending. I believe that the divine domain will definitely lose, even with the numinous treasure celestial being supreme killing formation, said Ji Haoyue. It was easy to see that the emperor weapons of various regions would appear. At that time, it wouldn't just be a knocking and resisting formation diagram, but a great breakthrough. There was news that if one wanted to break through the killing formation, they would need at least 3 or 4 emperor weapons. That was because the formation diagram was the supreme embodiment of the combination of the characters and the celestial being's killing formation. It contained the numinous treasure celestial being's lifetime comprehension. It was a supreme work of symbols, formations, and Dao marks interweaved. It was an emperor weapon in itself, and with the addition of the 4 killing swords, who in the world could break through it? Something big has happened. The light race's great sage has appeared, and he has brought his race's smelting god pot. He has vowed to break through the divine domain. The other side of the god was shaken, and the storm caused by Yi Fan was suppressed. The 10,000 dragon bell and smelting god pot appeared, and with the Void Emperor's coffin, the chances of attacking the divine domain skyrocketed. They might really succeed. Boom! Moreover, on this day, there was a sudden riot in outer space. There were 5 continents in outer space, and they looked like the 5 organs of the human body, corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They emitted powerful essence energy, surging like the ocean, and engulfing the life-ancient star on the other side of the god. What's going on? The essence energy was like a tide, emitting wisps of the great emperor's aura. It suppressed the sky until it collapsed, and the entire ancient star was trembling. Yi Fan said, "For us, this kind of 5 elements essence energy is really rare. It can be used to refine the secret realm of the Tao Palace and baptize the body. It is a great fortune that defies the heavens. I don't need it. I've refined a 5 elements immortal mountain before," said the monkey. He had no interest in the 5 continents in outer space, and instead wanted to go to the divine domain to take a look. "Brother Monkey, you have to be careful. There is more than one emperor weapon on this ancient star, and they are all in the hands of the great sage. Don't get targeted," warned Yi Fan. The monkey nodded, and they agreed to wait for them to come back. They would plan together and fight for the ancient tree of life. Yi Fan and the others rushed into outer space to collect the 5 elements essence energy. 2 days later, they felt that something wasn't right. The 5 elements essence energy was too berserk. The 5 great continents were trembling, suppressing towards ancient star. Wisps of the great emperor's aura were emitted, and the green copper cauldron shone under the pressure. It couldn't be controlled, and it was about to rush out from Yi Fan's body. There was a legend on the other side that every 10,000 years, the 5 continents would riot, but this time, it was different. It was as if someone was intensifying this change. "Go find Brother Monkey, someone is going to attack the divine domain, and even the 5 elements essence energy has been drawn over. This star might be destroyed," said Yi Fan. They discovered that they were a step too late. When the 5 elements essence energy covered heaven and earth, all of the emperor weapons shone, surging with waves of killing intent. This was the result of being suppressed by the great emperor's aura. 5 continents, they might be formed from the 5 viscera of the spiritual treasure celestial being. The pressure is too great, and even my green cauldron is shining. Yi Fan was shocked. This was a true emperor corpse. Of course, it had now turned into a continent, no longer in a flesh state, but its divine might hadn't decreased. "Look, the 10,000 dragon bell, God's smelting pot, battle immortal iron rod, and other radiance rushed into the heavens, merging together." Pang Bo's expression changed. He stood in the star domain, overlooking everything below. "Nothing unexpected happened to the monkey, right?" Longma said. "No, he joined hands with those people to attack the divine domain." Yi Fan's expression was grave. "It's these great sage who borrowed the 10,000 years of change in the 5 elements continent to draw out the 5 elements essence energy. They didn't hesitate to destroy this star, and at the same time, they forced all of the emperor weapons to reveal themselves. From there, they worked together to attack the divine domain." Ji Ziyue said, pointing out the root of the matter. The great sage weren't easy to deal with. They were afraid that someone would secretly take the fruits of victory when they succeeded this time, so they forced out their competitors one step ahead. That's right, Brother Monkey was forced to participate. Today, the divine domain is going to be destroyed. Yi Fan's expression was grave as he nodded. If they were on the star, the green copper piece would definitely release endless light and be found. They would be forced to join, or else they would be enemies, and there would be a great confrontation between emperor weapons. Chapter 1462. The Divine Realm's Great Battle began. This was a world-shaking great confrontation. Even in outer space, one could see how terrifying that place was. The 3 emperor weapons joined together, slaughtering their way towards the divine forbidden area. The god smelting pot, 10,000 dragon bell, and war rod fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Ghosts wept and deities howled, a rain of blood poured down. Extreme divine radiance rushed into the heavens, breaking into the boundless star domain, leaving Yi Fan and the others horrified. This was the extreme emperor might, the three weapons completely reviving. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, a formation diagram covered the sky. 4 killing swords appeared, shaking heaven and earth, releasing extreme Dao immortal might. Streak after streak of sword energy swept in all directions, fighting a great battle against the 3 emperor weapons. The 4 killing swords were blurry and a bit unreal, but this formation diagram was too special. With its existence, it was equivalent to a part of the great emperor's primordial spirit controlling this place. This was the highest embodiment of the formation, containing the group character secret, assembling the extreme Dao emperor weapons under the heavens, arranging everything, forming unmatched divine might that could crush all things in the world. It could be said that this was the power that could only be displayed when the great emperor was alive, only then could a part of it be displayed. A great battle erupted. Even if they fought in the skies above the divine realm, this place was still going to be destroyed. The formless formation and ancient formation cores couldn't protect the mountains and rivers anymore. At the crucial moment, the most ancient divine mountain in the divine realm released blazing radiance, the faith power of all life accumulated over the endless years surging. Hong Long Long. The mountains and rivers stabilized, the sun and moon stopped moving. This pure power surged like a sea, stabilizing the earth, fire, wind, and water, stabilizing all things, protecting this ancient realm. This incomparable power wasn't any weaker than emperor weapons. It was just that it was too large, unknown just how much divine force it had accumulated since the ancient times. Today, it completely revived. Otherwise, forget about this place, even the entire ancient star might be split apart, smashed into dust. The divine realm reached a moment of life and death, never as dangerous as it was today. 3 emperor weapons knocked on the door, not even a living deity could stop them. Pop! Sword energy weaved about, tens of thousands of streaks rising together, a wave sweeping over. The 3 emperor weapons all cried out lightly, suffering a tremendous attack. The great void crack extended into the distance, directly entering outer space. It was incomparably terrifying, devouring a few small meteors inside. Yi Fan and the others stood in the sky. Their expressions changed when they saw this scene. If this continued, the shore of the gods would undoubtedly be destroyed. Even the power of faith from the most ancient divine mountain wouldn't be enough. It couldn't be stabilized. Pang Bo grinned. Brother Monkey, you're just doing the work but not the hard work. Gu Xing looked over. The light emitted by the imperial weapon was the most dazzling, while the fighting rod was relatively dim. Every time it attacked, it was always at the back. It was clear that the monkey was in a bad mood. It was forcefully dragged over to participate in the battle, feeling indignant inside. However, it couldn't deal with 2 great emperor weapons, and as such, it was wasting its time. If this went on for a long time, he might even change sides at the last minute. The sacred battle apes were the most unyielding and unyielding. The 9-layered coffin from the mythological era has been carried into the god domain. There was an incomparably massive stone coffin, and the great sage was using his heart's blood to refine it. Layer after layer of the stone coffin was opened, releasing a terrifying wave of Emperor baleful energy. The god domain has lost. Ji Haoyue knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the outcome couldn't be changed. The 3 imperial weapons restrained the numinous treasure celestial being's supreme killing formation. At this time, no one could suppress the Emperor coffin. The Emperor baleful energy could ignite the power of faith and completely destroy this place. As expected, as soon as the ancient coffin entered the god domain, it completely ignited the power of faith. This was a terrifying change. It was as if there was a fire burning all over the sky. The heavens and the earth were boiling, rolling like the sea, dazzling. The divine power of faith vaporized, burned, and evaporated. It was incomparably blazing, more terrifying than the endless sun exploding. At this moment, the god domain suffered heavy losses. Many people died and directly turned into a bloody mist. There were even some hall masters who let out long cries and fled into the distance. The blazing light was like a flood that burst a dam, surging towards the boundless land, pouncing towards the even more distant mountains and rivers. All the great races were trembling. This was a disastrous consequence. Crack! The god domain was torn apart. If this continued, it would definitely turn into flying ashes. Then, with this as a breakthrough point, the entire ancient star would explode. Clang! The immortal sword lightly cried out. A silver formation that stood out from the masses flickered, and 4 ancient swords rushed out. They were entirely dark red in color, and within their simple and unadorned appearance, there was a hidden exceptional killing intent. The great sage sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all stupefied. These were the 4 killing swords from the celestial being's life springs. They crossed through the void and appeared in reality, no longer an indistinct void image. This time, they were in big trouble. The formation diagram floated above, and the 4 swords hung down from the east, south, west, and north respectively, guarding the 4 gates. They once again stabilized the god domain, suppressing everything and sweeping the enormous stone coffin out. During this process, the 2 great sages who were using their heart blood to water the divine coffin didn't even have the chance to release a sound before they were chopped into pieces by the sword energy, dying a violent death. Everyone's scalp went numb. The 4 real swords crossed the ancient celestial being's life springs and arrived at the other shore of the gods. They merged with the formation diagram, truly becoming unrivaled in the heavens and earth. Could they still fight like this? The 3 emperor weapons were naturally not weaker than the 4 killing swords, but that formation diagram was too mysterious. It contained a portion of the heaven-defying might of a living great emperor, allowing them to better control the emperor weapons and kill gods in their way. We need 4 emperor weapons to break through this formation. Where are we going to find them now? Everyone became anxious, their faces pale. They never thought that they would fail at the last moment. At the crucial moment, the true bodies of the 4 immortal swords arrived. At this time, forget about attacking the god domain. If the great sage didn't have emperor weapons, it would be a problem for them to even leave alive. The situation was reversed. In reality, everyone in the god domain was stupefied. They never thought that the 4 emperor weapons would appear at the last moment, immediately turning the tables and reversing the situation. Bring the emperor coffin over and use it as an emperor weapon. Also, that monkey, if you don't put in any effort, this old man will kill you first. A great sage roared angrily. The sacred prince sneered. However, now was not the time to argue, and he truly had to risk his life. Otherwise, he might even die here. The killing formation diagram was extremely terrifying. The emperor weapons were arranged together, attacking and defending as one, shattering all things. It was as if it was going to destroy this part of the universe. The 4 killing swords hung in all directions. The god domain was impregnable, and it took the initiative to attack outwards, continuously pushing forward, hacking at the great sages' hearts until they trembled in fear. The 4 sword gates all surged with primal chaos. Each time they hacked out, tens of thousands of multicolored light would be released, every single strand enough to kill a great sage. It was absolutely terrifying. Above the heavens, Yi Fan's expression changed. He had never seen such terrifying offensive power before. It was truly terrifying. Pang Bo sighed and said, "Back then, the Wuxia Bell suppressed Purple Mountain, but it wasn't anything more than this. Even several emperor weapons couldn't break through, so it was most likely controlled by the formation diagram." Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression changed. The 5 elements' essence energy decreased sharply, a change happened. The green copper cauldron on his body became dim, no longer shining. He couldn't help but look towards the distant Five Elements continent. Moments later, a resplendent golden light rushed out. It was as resplendent as a blazing sun, traversing the heavens. It was so dazzling that it was suffocating. Yi Fan quickly laid down the heaven-deceiving formation, enveloping everyone within. He looked at that divine light with a serious expression. That person was too fast, tearing apart the void and traversing the cosmos. He rushed over in the blink of an eye, closing in on this ancient star on the other side of the gods. Strands of emperor might were released. Divine clothes forged from Tao tribulation gold. Everyone was astonished. This was a type of immortal gold, comparable to Phoenix blood gold, Immortal tears green gold, and others. Why do I feel the smell of a conspiracy? Jizu's large eyes blinked as she stared at the brilliant divine clothes. She spoke out the doubt in her heart. That's right. After so many years, I always felt that there was a pair of invisible hands manipulating everything here. Now, it's more or less confirmed. Yi Fan nodded and revealed a serious expression. The ancient tree branch of life appeared on the Golden Branch Road, leading everyone to the ancient mythological domain. From there, they found the Sea of Bitterness and finally reached the other side of the gods. This was a line that connected the territories one by one, causing people to descend here. After so many years, there were many bloody battles. How could an ordinary person bring out a divine tree branch? Stirring up the storms of the various domains and slaughtering their way here, this was like a huge plot. Someone couldn't conquer the divine domain himself, so he wanted to draw the troops of the outside world in and cause chaos in the divine domain. He will take action at the crucial moment. Jizu said. If it's true, then this person really can endure. In order to realize this plan, he spent decades, maybe even close to 100 years. Pang Bo said. That's right, you guys guessed correctly. Such a huge chaotic situation is planned by someone. Yi Fan stared at the resplendent golden divine clothes and said solemnly. The reason why he came to this conclusion was because he knew who came. In the past, he had interacted with this person and seen his terrifying methods. Who would have thought that this person's thoughts were so deep, directing such a shocking situation, drawing everyone in and turning them into sharp weapons to cut open the divine domain? Who is this person? Jianghu stared at the golden figure, watching him enter the life star below. Someone from great Emperor Dao Yan's bloodline. Yi Fan replied. There was only one set of immortal clothes made of Dao tribulation gold in the entire universe. It belonged to great Emperor Dao Yan, and now it was in the hands of Imperial Prince Dao Yi. It was definitely this person who came and orchestrated all of this. His thoughts were too deep, mobilizing thousands of troops and causing chaos in the various domains to attack this place. This wasn't something ordinary people could do. Yi Fan said, the ancient tree of life once belonged to great Emperor Dao Yan. It has been missing for more than 1,000,000 years. In order to retrieve his father's immortal tree, he set up this situation, borrowing the strength of the heroes to attack and resist the supreme killing formation and emperor weapon here. No wonder. Jizu nodded. It was said that there was a mole in the divine domain decades ago who wanted to steal the ancient tree of life. In the end, he failed and only took a branch. Now, it seemed like it was naturally Dao Yi's doing. Since it wasn't a mole, if an outsider wanted to take away a piece of the divine branch, he would need an emperor weapon. Otherwise, how could he barge in? This person is very terrifying. In order to realize his goal, he attracted many ancient domain experts, not hesitating to dye the starry sky with blood and cause great chaos. All the heroes took action, but they all became his weapons. Jianghu said. Yi Fan nodded. Dao Yi was definitely not a simple person. In the past, he had killed countless Big Dipper ancient kings. He even killed the Fire Qilin Cave's Flame Qilin Great Sage Yen Qilin who held the ancient imperial weapon. He even caused the ancient Prince Fire Qilin to be depressed and leave in a rage at the edge of the universe. Even now, his whereabouts were unknown. Since we have spied on him, let's follow him. The mantis stalks the cicada, he is the oriole, we are the people with the slingshots. Pang Bo rubbed his palms together and said. Yi Fan had the green copper cauldron. If they really clashed, he wouldn't be afraid. He could chase after Dao Yi. We might not be the hunters. This is undoubtedly Dao Yi's plan. However, the one executing this operation might be the great sage. Moreover, apart from the emperor weapon, he also has the ancient imperial formation diagram. Yi Fan said. He still couldn't forget what happened in the past. Like harvesting wheat, the Big Dipper ancient king suffered heavy losses. Blood dyed the void red. Everyone, I have come to help you. The appearance of the Dao evolution immortal robe shook the world. An imposing figure descended outside the divine domain and joined the battlefield. Dao brother, you came at the right time. We will break this formation together. For emperor weapons are just right. The great sage laughed. He didn't think that there would be light at the end of the tunnel. The smelting god pot, 10,000 dragon bell, battle rod, and Dao evolution immortal robe all emitted resplendent immortal splendor. They shook the supreme formation in front of them. The heroes split up and used the 4 emperor weapons to lock down a door. They killed their way in. The primal chaos surged. The formation diagram and the 4 killing swords hummed. They were actually unstable. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before they were broken. At this time, Yi Fan and the others also arrived. The saints had already entered with the emperor weapons. The outside world was cold and cheerless. We will also go in and follow behind Dao Yi. Chapter 1463. Longma strongly suggested to go in and follow behind Dao Yi. They would wait for an opportunity to attack at the crucial moment and become the final winner of this battle. Yi Fan thought about it. Spirit treasure celestial beings killing formation would definitely be filled with danger. It was hard to say if it was a good or bad thing to go in like this. Perhaps there would be gains, but there might also be problems. Wait. In the end, he only spat out this one word. He used the heaven-deceiving formation to hide his aura and quietly guarded outside the divine domain. He wouldn't attack until the crucial moment. He had many considerations. Just now, he had followed them and could almost confirm that the person wearing the golden clothes was Dao Yi's Dao protector and not him. Dao Yi hadn't appeared yet. He had the ancient emperor formation diagram in his hands. Even though it was damaged, it was still a great killing weapon that could easily tear apart stars. The most important thing is that spirit treasure celestial beings killing formation diagram is too powerful. Once we enter, the green copper cauldron will most likely shine. At that time, we will be in the light and be watched by many. For celestial swords hung in 4 directions, each guarding a door. Primal chaos surged and sword energy was as vast as the sea. Any small strand of multicolored light could destroy the great sage. This was a forbidden area for life. One needed an emperor-level artifact to enter, otherwise, they would only fail and even die if they were the slightest bit careless. He didn't come. After waiting for an hour, Dao Yi still didn't appear. Outside the divine domain, thunder rumbled deafeningly. Lightning tore apart the sky and blood rained down. This place became a nightmare land. It was incomparably terrifying. One could imagine that the divine domain was definitely fighting to the point where heaven and earth were collapsing. It was completely crazy. This was a clash between emperor weapons. Without the formation's protection, the entire ancient star would explode. At this moment, the 4 swords were already unstable and about to fall. The 4 sides attacked and almost broke the formation. They were fighting crazily. The great sage split into 4 groups and did their best to take the 4 killing swords. They wanted to completely break the formation of spirit treasure celestial being. Longma, Gu Jinpeng, and the others' eyes all became red. This was an emperor weapon, and it was placed right in front of them, within reach. It felt as if it was so close, yet worlds apart. They truly wanted to rush up and seize the immortal sword. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. An hour had passed. So many great sage had taken action, controlling a total of 4 emperor weapons to resist the killing formation, but they still hadn't succeeded. It was truly terrifying. Boom! An uproar came from the divine realm. That most ancient divine mountain exploded, and the power of faith surged crazily. It was like a landslide and a tsunami, completely igniting the divine realm. How vast was it? This was the divine power that had been accumulated since ancient times. It was unknown how many generations of gods had ruled over the divine domain, so one could well imagine the depth and accumulation. It was simply too majestic. As soon as this power appeared, it was comparable to an emperor weapon coming to life. It was incredibly powerful, and as soon as it attacked the great sage's side, people died. Hurry and carry the ancient coffin, use the emperor baleful energy to resist the power of faith. An old great sage roared angrily. This was a difficult battle. The power of faith flowed in reverse, and it was difficult to carry the ancient coffin into the formation in a short amount of time. It was too large, and apart from the Ji family siblings, it was difficult for others to even approach it, let alone carry it by their side. A tug of war unfolded. The power of faith erupted, and that most ancient divine mountain disintegrated. The divine realm that was surrounded by the killing formation was immediately filled with power of will. It surged like a vast ocean, and not a single drop leaked out to the outside world. The great sage was suffering unspeakably. If it wasn't for the 4 emperor weapons, many of them might have suffered serious injuries, or even died. The killing formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being was stabilized. Meanwhile, the 4 immortal swords trembled, and once again hung on the 4 gates. Primal chaos surged, and killing intent shocked the ages. The divine realm's decline was completely gone. It borrowed the ocean-like willpower to seize the upper hand and counterattack frantically. The formation diagram rotated, and the killing swords in all directions were deafening. One could clearly see that the dark red sword body continuously trembled. Tens of thousands of sword radiance hacked out. Its offensive power was unmatched, and not a single hero could contend against it. The immortal swords became bright red, as if there was blood flowing through them. It was extremely terrifying, and every single strand of radiance shattered the heavens. Primal chaos surged. This is bad. Why is this killing formation so terrifying? Could it be that it really is going to suppress the 4 emperor weapons? One of the 10 saints said with a trembling voice. It's just the final radiance of a setting sun. Jianghu said. This was caused by the eruption of the power of faith, but there was no way it could continue. The willpower would be exhausted sooner or later, completely consumed by the emperor weapons. At that time, the numinous treasure celestial being's killing formation wouldn't be able to contend against the 4 emperor weapons for a long time. One has to understand that these were the crystallization of the 4 ancient emperors' blood, ancient weapons that had accompanied them for their entire lives. Hong Long. Suddenly, a sky-shaking sound rang through the air. That enormous stone coffin was carried into the divine realm. When blood poured down, it opened layer by layer, sending everyone flying. Emperor baleful energy overflowed in all directions, igniting the power of faith. This was a great disaster. The divine realm's people were densely packed, falling from the sky like raindrops. Countless corpses and bones fell, turning into ashes under the fiery light. This scene was extremely bloody. Even the powerful palace masters couldn't endure it, their bodies directly exploding. Bloody mists rose in all directions, their willpower ignited. Saintess. A blue-clothed woman floated in the air. Right now, her face was covered in tears, exploding in the fiery light. A rain of blood scattered outwards. This was a divine realm saintess, an extraordinary and divine woman. She couldn't endure this type of pressure, and as a result, died a violent death. Many people wept in grief. This was an unendurable weight. The divine realm was broken through today, and the casualties were disastrous. It truly was a bloody tragedy. Ah, a divine elder's eyes widened in anger. His head of hair stood on end, and the corners of his eyes split open, blood flowing outwards. However, he couldn't change anything. He was swept through by the killing intent of an emperor weapon, turning into scattered ashes. Within the divine realm, the 4 great sage women all died, and 2 divine elders also died in battle. Their flesh and blood evaporated, turning into dust. The situation here was already set, difficult to change. The divine realm was inevitably going to suffer a great defeat. The casualties in this battle were disastrous, and it was extremely cruel. They were already powerless to reverse the situation. Abandon everything here, we don't want anything. A palace master roared, leading everyone to break out of the encirclement. Any war was bloody and cruel. Sometimes, there was no right or wrong, only different standpoints. The divine realm was above all life, receiving the nourishment of all creatures, transcending like deities. For the clans of this star, it was like a colossus towering above the clouds, unreachable. During all these years, they had absolute power over life and death, everything within their grasp. They never thought that there would be a day like this, that they would also become pitiful people, that their fate had a reincarnation. On the other side, many great clans' leaders were stirred up. The colossus that was the divine realm finally fell, the great mountain crushing down on their heads collapsing, no longer able to restrict them. Grandfather, you can rest in peace under the wine spring. Back then, the divine realm wiped out my clan, seizing my ancestral scriptures. Now, something similar has happened to them. This is a reincarnation. The divine realm has been overthrown, and the clansmen no longer need to worship. We will worship our own ancient ancestors. In the outside world, the reactions were different. Ordinary people were panicking endlessly, while the rulers of the various clans were extremely happy, tightly clenching their fists. Those who kill will be killed by others. These were the cold words of a few old clan leaders. They weren't at a loss like their clansmen, all of them having their own ambitions. Corpses were everywhere in the divine realm. Blood splashed high into the air, creating a scarlet expanse. Hong Long. The palace master's eyes were filled with hot tears, leading a group of people out to escape from the divine realm. This place was truly finished, difficult to preserve. At this time, the spiritual treasure celestial beings killing formation also finally became unstable, the formation diagram's rotation speed becoming slower and slower. The 4 killing swords' radiance grew dim, no longer bright red, killing energy gradually restrained. There were some who rushed towards a sacred mountain, preparing to seize the ancient life tree, there were even more who prepared to seize the immortal swords, and there were others who held emperor artifacts as they rushed high into the sky, wishing to obtain this rare unmatched formation diagram. The divine realm's general situation was already over, about to be defeated. Even the killing swords and formation diagram might be evenly divided by someone wielding emperor artifacts, thus dividing them up. With a honglong sound, the formation diagram flew out. The 4 swords became unstable, and the 4 gates all fell. Chaotic energy exploded, declaring the collapse of the great formation, becoming deformed. The formation diagram dimmed, suppressing the heavens, no one able to approach. The 4 immortal swords turned into several streaks of divine light as they flew about, colliding with emperor artifacts from time to time, terrifying to the extreme. However, the 4 killing swords were no longer as sharp as before. They were originally 1, so how could they fight against 4 monarch weapons in a one-on-one battle? Dao Yi is over there. Yi Fan opened the source heaven's eye and saw the scene in the divine realm, able to see through all things in the world. At this time, the great formation was broken, nothing could obstruct the source heaven's eye. He saw through Dao Yi's disguise. As expected, he wasn't wearing the Dao Tribulation golden immortal clothes. Enter the divine realm. The spiritual treasure celestial beings killing formation was broken, the 4 immortal swords were in different directions. There was no Dao mark pressure here, so even if they entered the formation, they wouldn't have to bear such great pressure that it would cause the green copper cauldron to shine. Dao Yi climbed up that ancient mountain. There was a treasure tree on it, it was emerald green, as if it was carved from divine jade. It emitted powerful life essence, it was an undying medicine. Yi Fan and the others used the heaven-deceiving formation as cover and silently approached. Dao Yi clearly had a secret treasure on him. He suddenly raised his head and looked over, sensing that someone was secretly approaching. At the same time, not far away, the great sage, who was fighting over the 4 immortal swords, saw someone approaching the ancient tree of life. He sneered and was about to attack with his emperor artifact. Of course, they didn't dare to directly attack with their emperor artifacts, because that might destroy the precious medicine. They were afraid to attack for fear of harming the innocent, but Dao Yi dared to go all out. He directly roared, his aura surging like a bull, his eyes shooting out 2 terrifying beams of light towards the heavens. Rumble. A terrifying disaster descended, the vast 5 elements immortal energy in the outer realm boiled, covering the sky and covering the earth, falling from the 5 continents towards this ancient star, the divine realm bearing the brunt of it. This was the 5 elements essence energy produced by the Dao palaces of the ancient emperors. At this time, it was drawn down, it was simply a natural disaster. At this moment, the entire ancient star was torn apart, quickly disintegrating, and then exploding. Apart from the divine realm, which had a few emperor artifacts suppressing it, how could other places block it? This was the immortal energy of the great emperors, it directly destroyed this ancient star. Without a doubt, the people here were in a terrible situation, blood overflowed the heavens, corpses piled up into mountains, almost everyone on the star was dead. Just now, the various races were still hoping that the divine realm would be overthrown, they would rise up and welcome the arrival of a new era. Who would have thought that in the next moment, this ancient land would be destroyed, the entire world would be annihilated. Every 10,000 years, the 5 elements continents in the outer realm would be in an uproar. After a reincarnation cycle, the time had come again, but this was the result. Many people died with grievances, they didn't know that someone had used the 5 elements immortal energy to cause this endless killing tribulation. Dao Yi is too ruthless. Pang Bo's pupils shrank. In order to achieve his goal, this person was really unscrupulous, bloody, and cruel. Yi Fan's heart also trembled. This seemingly gentle and refined young emperor, who had set up a trap to kill the great sage of the Fire Qilin cave, was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The divine realm suffered a terrifying impact. The 5 elements immortal energy produced by the great emperor's body covered the sky and earth, blocking the emperor artifacts from approaching. Chapter 1464. It was clear that Dao Yi had made ample preparations. In order to achieve today's result, he had already started planning decades ago. His methods were heaven-defying. Boundless 5 elements essence energy descended, turning the entire ancient star into dust. Under the immortal energy contained within the ancient celestial being palace, it turned into ashes. The entire world had reached its end. This wasn't just a bit of essence energy, it was just too vast. It covered the sky and earth like an ocean, drowning out every inch of space. Even the armies that had escaped from the divine realm couldn't escape this disaster. They were all blasted apart, turning into blood and bones. This was a gargantuan disaster. On a giant star, dozens to hundreds of races were wiped out. It was difficult to calculate just how many people there were. It could be said to be the most serious tragedy. This was a starry sky dyed in blood. The other side of the gods no longer existed, forever erased from the world. The divine realm was still there, becoming a lone island floating in the boundless universe. It was only because the Emperor weapon was suppressing it that it hadn't been destroyed yet. Hong Long. The 10,000 Dragon Bell, Smelting God Pot and the others all revived, doing their best to resist. They wanted to break through the boundless immortal energy and rush over. Unfortunately, they couldn't do as they wished. This was the immortal energy within the ancient celestial being. It was extremely terrifying. Dao Yi had already calculated everything. He would use the endless immortal energy within the great emperor's body to block everyone, cut off the heavens, and resist the extreme ancient imperial weapon. He only needed a bit of time. Even if he succeeded after blocking for a bit, he could easily seize the ancient tree of life. Not good. Pang Bo and the others knew that Dao Yi was about to seize the ancient tree. The tense moment had arrived. The only fortunate thing was that they had avoided the boundless immortal energy and ascended the ancient mountain. They weren't that far from Dao Yi, so there was still hope of catching up. Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly. He turned into a blazing streak of light, wrapping everyone around him as he charged forward. He chased after the wind and lightning, pressing towards the peak of the sacred mountain. He wanted to seize the precious tree first. They used the heaven-deceiving formation to conceal their auras. They were silent and extremely fast. However, Dao Yi's spiritual senses were too sharp. Even though he couldn't see all of them clearly, he could sense that experts were approaching. He decisively activated a formation flag and placed it around the mountain peak. A honglong sounded. Forget about Yi Fan and the others, even the great sage who held the emperor artifact in the distance trembled. He sensed an extremely terrifying wave of energy. This was an ancient emperor formation. As expected, he brought this great killing weapon. Yi Fan frowned. Dao Yi has been dormant for decades. He has prepared everything and is determined to get the Tree of Life, Ji Haoyue said with a serious expression. Yi Fan was extremely decisive. While the boundless immortal energy descended, separating those emperor artifacts and the great sage, he decisively took action. He produced the green copper cauldron, smashing it into the ancient formation flags. This was an ancient emperor formation. Even though it was damaged, it was still exceptionally terrifying, able to produce endless killing disaster. It possessed great power, or else it wouldn't have killed so many ancient kings in Big Dipper. Boom! The green light shone brightly. The bronze cauldron was pressured by an unparalleled power and finally recovered. It emitted strands of immortal might and spread forward. At this time, Dao Yi turned around and naturally recognized this green light. They had crossed paths in the past. Now that they met again, he knew that this person had come to sneak attack him. However, he was very calm, just like before, as if everything was under his control. With a rumble, boundless formation runes appeared, instantly enveloping the mountain. He activated the ancient emperor formation runes, allowing them to fully recover to block Yi Fan, while he himself rushed towards the ancient tree on the mountain peak. Rumble. Yi Fan used all his strength to urge the green copper cauldron to close in. At the same time, he used a Genesis technique, drawing upon the 5 elements immortal chi in the world. The vast waves instantly swept over, attacking the formation. Moreover, at this time, Ji Ziyue also displayed her innate divine ability. Her Yuanling body was close to the origin, able to draw upon all divine power and immortal chi, activating the vast pressure of the 5 elements on the spot. The green copper cauldron was in front, and the vast amount of 5 elements immortal chi was behind. It was as if a heavenly blade had cut open a hole, charging into the formation. Dao Yi's expression changed. The 5 elements immortal chi was drawn from the 5 continents in the outer realm. Who knew how long it had been prepared for this day, but now it was being borrowed by someone else. The pressure on Dao Yi multiplied. He couldn't stand still on the mountain peak and needed to expend a great deal of energy to resist. This was because the green cauldron's hazy green light was flowing, faintly discernible strands of it seeped in. If not for the ancient emperor's formation, he would definitely be turned into ashes. Yi Fan took a step forward, driving the green copper cauldron forward. He was like a single blade cutting into the ancient formation, pressing forward step by step. Dao Yi also took a step forward, heading towards the mountain peak. His target was naturally the ancient tree of life, getting closer and closer. However, both of them were under great pressure. Both of them were trembling, because one was under the pressure of the ancient emperor's formation, while the other was under the pressure of the green cauldron. Both of them were not feeling well. Even though they both had the cauldron protecting them and the formation, they still felt as if their bodies were going to collapse. They were both moving forward with great difficulty, in a bit of a deadlock. In terms of distance, Dao Yi was closer to the ancient tree, so he might be able to obtain it first. However, if Yi Fan broke in, even though he would arrive later, he could directly kill him with the green cauldron. At this crucial moment, both sides were doing everything they could, speeding up. They endured the bone-scraping pain, using their own cauldrons and formations to protect themselves, advancing with great difficulty. Yi Fan also felt a sense of urgency, because there were still emperor weapons behind them. Once the boundless immortal energy disappeared, those people would immediately appear and attack. They would be the first to bear the brunt. Gotcha. Yi Fan relied on his powerful golden blood body to forcefully take large steps, using the green cauldron to open up the path, causing cracks to appear in the formation. He advanced a long distance. Dao Yi frowned, the situation was not good. If Yi Fan entered, he might be killed by the cauldron. After all, he wasn't wearing the Dao Tribulation golden celestial clothes, so there was no emperor weapon protecting him. The most important thing was that the ancient emperor formation was even more damaged than last time, its power wasn't wild enough, so he might not be able to block it. Alright. Behind them, Longma rubbed his palms, preparing to fight for the life tree. Yi Fan's body swayed, the pressure on him was too great. If it was someone else advancing with the cauldron like this, their body would definitely collapse. Dao Yi's body was even worse, because the green light spread out, turning into a light mist that surged in. Some formation flags were trembling, about to break, he couldn't take it anymore. You again. Dao Yi stared at Yi Fan, the heaven-deceiving formation patterns had long dimmed, the material was not good, the Dao marks had disappeared. You again. Yi Fan replied. It was the same sentence, but the meaning behind it was different. The underlying emotions were different as well. There's a 50-50 chance. Pang Bo sighed in the back. Even though the life tree was good, the two of them were taking a great risk, one mistake and they would be destroyed. Yi Fan was still calm, he had the undying medicine on him, so he didn't care too much about this. Dao Yi was different, he had planned for decades, spent a lot of effort, if Yi Fan snatched him away halfway, he would really vomit blood. Now, they both had a chance of success, but the balance of victory might tilt towards Yi Fan. Once he charged in, he could kill Dao Yi. Gotcha. Suddenly, the mountain peak cracked, the power of the seal breaking. Any ancient medicine was intelligent, had a will, could fly into the sky and burrow into the earth, so it had to be sealed. And now, the divine medicine field that the life tree was rooted in cracked, the old tree was freed, actually breaking free from the soil like a human. Its roots were thick, and two of them were like legs, strong and powerful, supporting themselves on the ground. Then, it lifted its feet and ran. Everyone was dumbfounded, Longma cried out, wanting nothing more than to rush over and swallow the ancient tree. In the end, the life tree left Yi Fan's direction, directly rushing towards Dao Yi, voluntarily delivering itself to him. Longma, Pang Bo, and the others all had the urge to curse out loud. This old tree ran away at the crucial moment, throwing itself into Dao Yi's arms, acknowledging him. Dao Yi smiled brightly, looking otherworldly. He retreated step by step, away from Yi Fan's position, the pressure on his body decreasing. I was born under the life tree, it belonged to my father back then, comparing the two, it will definitely choose me. Dao Yi's teeth were sparkling, his expression aloof, smiling lightly. He waved at Yi Fan, slowly retreating, until he was far away, only then did he put away the ancient imperial formation. Motherfucker, man proposes, heaven disposes. This old tree undid its seal in the end and ran away. Longma cursed. The ancient tree ran away on its own, automatically choosing its master. This unforeseen event left everyone dumbstruck, they were speechless for a long time. An accident, a coincidence, the result was completely different. Yi Fan wanted to chase after it, but at this time, he heard the sacred prince's angry roar. There seemed to be an extreme divine might erupting in that area, it was a confrontation between emperor weapons. His expression immediately changed, he turned around and left, rushing in that direction. At the same time, Dao Yi let out a long roar, waving the formation flag, clearly connected to the outer realms. The boundless immortal energy that covered the sky and earth instantly disappeared. Then, his body flashed, tearing open the clear void, escaping from this place. Yi Fan hurriedly glanced over, only seeing a faint golden light disappear along with the void. This made him startled, revealing a trace of doubt. Yi Fan didn't think too much and immediately laid down the heaven-deceiving formation, concealing himself, Pang Bo, and the others to help the sacred prince. At this time, they could clearly see that the monkey used the battle rod to stop a killing sword. We must help Brother Monkey obtain it, this is an immortal sword. The group of people all cried out in surprise, rushing forward at lightning speed. The 10,000 dragon bells shook, the smelting god pot trembled slightly, the two great sage who activated them were furious. When the immortal energy disappeared, the ancient tree of life was already nowhere to be seen, causing them to vomit blood from anger. At this time, seeing the monkey stop an immortal sword, their eyes emitted cold light, they all rushed forward together. As for the great sage who was wearing the Tao Evolution golden robe, he also took advantage of the chaos to force his way over. This was a terrifying chaotic battle, the monkey was seething with anger, coldly glaring at these great sage. Under a tranquil starry sky, Dao Yi appeared. This time, he obtained the ancient tree of life and fulfilled his wish, it could be said that he was completely relaxed, waiting for his people here. 15 minutes later, a barely visible golden light appeared from the void hole, then turned into a blazing light that rushed over from the distance, arriving in the blink of an eye. This was an old man with a medium build. He had white hair and a white beard. His expression was peaceful, and there was an excited smile on his face. He laughed loudly from far away and said, "Prince, I finally got what I wanted and retrieved the ancient tree of life." Seeing this, Dao Yi relaxed. This was his Tao protector, a great sage. Even though there weren't any powerful ripples, he knew that this person was unfathomable. Seeing that he wasn't wearing the Tao Evolution celestial robe, Dao Yi couldn't help but ask. "I was afraid that the ripples would be too intense and be tracked by others." The old man's face was full of smiles. Dao Yi nodded and said, "We've finally succeeded. Imperial Prince, can you let this old man take a look at the ancient tree of life? It's been so many years, even in my dreams, I really want the tree to return," the old man said emotionally. Dao Yi chuckled, taking out the precious tree. The tree was jade green and flickered with divine splendor. Endless life essence surged, turning this starry sky into a celestial land that flowed with brilliant colors. It was exceptionally auspicious. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. The old man attacked so suddenly that it was impossible to defend against. A sure-kill attack shot towards Dao Yi, and he grabbed the ancient tree of life, about to snatch it away. Even someone as powerful as Dao Yi didn't expect something like this to happen. His body retreated, quickly dodging, but he was still hit. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, suffering heavy injuries. However, he still grabbed the ancient tree of life's trunk and roots, not letting go. Moreover, he immediately activated the ancient sovereign formation, about to trap and kill him. With a kacha sound, the Tao Protector was extremely decisive, breaking off a large portion of the ancient tree of life's crown, shattering the void, turning into a golden speck of light and disappearing without a sound. Dao Yi's expression was ashen. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips, standing in place for a long time without saying anything. Half of the ancient tree of life had actually been taken away by someone. The only fortunate thing was that the roots were with him, so he could plant them and restore them after a few thousand years. In another region, the starry sky was peaceful. A void hole appeared, and a monkey scratched its ears and cheeks, carrying half of the ancient tree of life out. Chapter 1465. This was a golden monkey whose fur was as shiny as silk. He somersaulted in the dark cosmos without a trace of calmness. He carried half of the ancient tree of life while scratching his ears and cheeks. He laughed non-stop. His eyes were crafty, but his face was simple and honest. This was a somewhat contradictory combination that made him look quite different. Not to mention his temperament, just his appearance alone was that of a sacred prince. He had a thunderous mouth, fiery eyes, and a lean figure that looked as if it was cast from gold. However, he had 6 ears and could listen to the sounds of the world. He was clearly a rare divine ape from ancient times, the 6-eared macaque. The half of the ancient tree of life flowed with essence energy. Its entire body was emerald green and surged with auspicious multicolored light. It breathed out immortal mist as if it was carved from jade. It was full of great Tao imprints and contained fragments of natural laws. This was something everyone in the world would go crazy over. The great sage and the others could use it to extend their lives and live a second life. As long as they found it, they would definitely slaughter their way into a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. The 6-eared macaque carried the half of the ancient tree. His eyes continuously moved about. He plucked some leaves and swallowed them. Essence energy surged all over his body. He meditated in place for a moment before opening his eyes again. Without a sound, a void hole appeared. He turned into a golden speck of light and disappeared with the precious tree. No one would have thought that the 6-eared macaque would jump out at the crucial moment and give Dao Yi a sneak attack. He was extremely daring. It was clear that Dao Yi was depressed. He had spent so much effort to obtain a perfectly intact precious tree and finally obtained it. However, half of it was snatched away for no reason. This enmity was too great. The other shore no longer existed. It had become an expanse of dust and almost all creatures had died. Now, only the divine domain was left like a lone island floating in the ice-cold sky. The saints were fighting, using the ancient imperial weapons to seize the immortal sword. They were even trying to draw upon the formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being. The sacred prince glared angrily. His roar shook the heavens. He used the war rod to stop a killing sword with great difficulty. In the end, the 10,000 dragon bell and smelting god pot appeared at the same time, suppressing forward together. The saints had already lost the ancient tree of life and were even more unwilling to lose the immortal sword. They naturally attacked with all their strength, fighting together. These old things are too despicable. Longma said angrily. Don't go over. Yifan said. He wanted them to hide in the heaven-deceiving formation patterns and watch from the distance. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. No, how can you do it alone? At the very least, I can draw upon the immortal energy of the 5 elements to help you activate the green cauldron as well. Ji Ziyue said. Pang Bo and Ji Haoyuan naturally refused to back down. One wanted to live and die with Yifan, while the other wanted to protect her sister. Both of them joined in. In reality, not a single person left. Even the 10 great saints used their divine power to help. Gu Jinpeng turned into a foot long and stood on Yifan's shoulder, staring forward. Yifan had laid down 18 layers of the heaven-deceiving formation. He was not willing to expose it, so his first attack had to be a surprise attack. Only then would he be able to unleash the greatest effect. Not long ago, in the Battle of God and Demon Ridge, he had massacred the younger generation. Almost all the supreme experts had been killed, and no one had dared to claim supremacy. But it was also because of this battle that his secret of possessing an immortal Bodhi tree had been seen by Tian, Shenlan, the nine-eyed blue toad, the great demonic god, and the white-haired celestial wolf. Why did the saints come? The main reason was that the ancient tree of life wanted to extend its lifespan and live a second life. Now, if Yi Fan appeared with an immortal tree with the same effect, he would definitely become a target and suffer the fiercest attacks. Don't worry too much. The great demonic god, the nine-eyed blue toad, and the others haven't leaked the news. I haven't heard anyone talk about it, Jianghu said. Many days had passed since that battle, but it had been peaceful. What people talked about the most was Yi Fan's terrifying strength and celestial the arch fist. No one had ever heard of the Bodhi tree. Yi Fan had thought about it before, and there were only two reasons for this. One was that Tian, the great demonic god, the nine-eyed blue toad, Shenlan, and the white-haired celestial wolf were full of ambition. They were secretly guarding the news and waiting for experts to come to deal with him and seize the precious medicine. They didn't want the great sage to take it first because the news was leaked. The second was that the great sage had already been secretly informed by those people, but they had been holding back for fear of alerting the enemy. Therefore, they had been very calm recently, waiting for him to show himself so that they could kill him in one strike and snatch the immortal tree. Now wasn't the time to worry too much. Yi Fan had used his Genesis technique to change the appearance of the few people. Regardless of whether the green cauldron and the Bodhi tree were truly exposed, he had to conceal them first. The heaven-deceiving formation runes covered the surroundings, and they approached silently. But when they reached the center of the storm, they obviously couldn't hide anymore. The green copper block was suppressed, and its light shone brilliantly. With a rumble, Yi Fan directly activated it, launching the most violent attack. It smashed forward, breaking the stalemate. At this time, the sacred prince was in a weak position. The other two sides were fighting, but they didn't want him to let go. They needed him to hold the immortal sword, and the other two sides were fighting, so they just needed to suppress him a little. The green copper cauldron suddenly barged in, shocking everyone. The appearance of the fifth emperor weapon was so sudden that all the saints were a little dumbfounded. This was because just now, Daoist had drawn the vast immortal energy to isolate the two sides. They felt a terrifying fluctuation, but they didn't know what it was. Boom! It was too sudden. The 10,000 dragon bell was the first to bear the brunt. It was immediately touched by the green light and flew out. Emperor weapons rarely collided with each other, or the consequences would be unimaginable. At the same time, the sacred prince, who had already received the message, roared in anger. He temporarily let go of the immortal sword, and held his rod, smashing down on the god refining pot. This place instantly erupted, and the saints were caught unprepared. In an instant, the green copper cauldron and the war rod fused together, sweeping through everyone. They directly tore open the void and escaped. Moreover, during this process, the immortal iron rod in the monkey's hand released millions of strands of immortal light, drowning the cauldron and concealing its true body. Almost no one could see it. And only at this time did the heaven-deceiving formation completely collapse. The group of people were exposed, but they were protected by the divine iron rod, blocking the line of sight of others. It wasn't that great Emperor Wu Shi's heaven-deceiving formation wasn't strong, but that the materials used to set up the formation were too poor. They couldn't find suitable divine materials in the human world, so under the attack of this Emperor weapon, it could only collapse first. What weapon is that? Many people were shocked and angry, and they surrounded them. Go! Yi Fan and the sacred prince decisively tore open the void, controlling the Emperor weapons to escape the center of the battlefield. Otherwise, how many nails could their bodies be crushed by iron? The other side was all the great sage, and they had a total of 3 Emperor weapons. If they really fought fiercely, they would definitely be killed here. After retreating far enough, Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the void and took out a bronze lamp with a human body and a ghost face. He chanted the Salvation Sutra and circulated the army formula to summon it. Ji Ziyue sat cross-legged opposite him. As an origin spirit body, she could draw upon the source of all things. She gathered all the 5 elements immortal qi in this area that hadn't dissipated and injected it into Yi Fan's body. This was the essence qi produced by the numinous treasure celestial being Dao Palace. It merged with Yi Fan, and with him chanting the sutra and holding the ancient lamp, it naturally released the most mysterious aura. The closest immortal sword stopped dancing and hummed like a human. The dark red sword stood alone and looked in this direction. It's effective, but the power is still lacking. Let me help you, the sacred prince said. He placed the immortal iron rod that was filled with boundless black light on Yi Fan's shoulder and activated it carefully. Instantly, a huge pressure descended. This was not attacking the enemy, but using the Emperor's might to gather essence qi and engrave supreme laws into Yi Fan's body. Clearly, this effect was super huge. Yi Fan's body shone like a resplendent sun. Moreover, his body expanded, and he was like a giant fiend god sitting there. Every inch of his skin was engraved with dense, mysterious and complicated patterns. It was as if he had achieved the Tao and could look down on the great sage. The bronze ghost lamp shone brightly and also blossomed with extraordinary splendor. In addition to the 5 elements immortal qi that Ji Ziyue injected into Yi Fan's body, he was like the numinous treasure celestial being revived. He was extremely mysterious. His entire body was drowned in chaotic mist, and the Salvation Sutra resounded in the sky. In the distance, 4 immortal swords resonated. 3 of them circled slightly and flew directly in this direction. The saints were shocked. They couldn't see Yi Fan and the others because they were too far away. However, they didn't dare to delay. They all operated the laws with all their strength. The 10,000 dragon and the smelting god pot turned into the most terrifying waterfall and crossed the sky. They intercepted 2 of the immortal lights and blocked this side. Only 1 immortal sword pierced through the sky and floated above Yi Fan's head. It circled around the ghost lamp and then stopped moving. All of its aura was restrained. Even so, everyone felt as if the world was going to end and their flesh and bones were going to shatter. This sword's murderous intent was too strong. On the dark red sword body, there were actually terrifying carvings of immortal slaughter. One by one, in groups, 10,000 souls were executed and blood dyed the universe. It was terrifying to the extreme. Damn it! Otherwise, 2 of the 3 immortal swords would have been intercepted by those old bastards. How hateful! Longma was resentful. Pang Bo, Ji Haoyue, and the others were also full of regret. The opportunity was hard to come by. They were about to succeed, yet the other party used ancient imperial weapons to block one each. There really was nothing they could do. Suddenly, a type of scripture sounded. It was deafening, as if mountains were collapsing and tsunamis were crashing over. The 4th immortal sword trembled slightly. It turned into a strand of divine radiance and flew over, entering the dark cosmos. This left everyone shocked. This is the spiritual treasure celestial being's orthodox immortal scripture. Who was it, who obtained it? The saints only heard the first few sentences, and then the scripture turned into Tao waves. The rumbling sounds were deafening, and the words couldn't be captured. In the dusky cosmos, in an uninhabited area, a golden monkey with a thunderous mouth was currently meditating. Its head was covered in sweat, and its entire body was covered in blood. Its eyes were about to split open. It was currently activating an ancient artifact, using it to chant a terrifying and grand scripture. This was the Daoist bloodline's unmatched divine ability, a type of highest Dao shout. According to legend, this type of Dao shout could shatter deities, yet today, it was only used to awaken an immortal sword and summon it over. It was precisely the six-eared macaque. No one knew that he actually had the spiritual treasure celestial being's orthodox immortal scripture. At this moment, he released its power through an ancestral artifact, finally drawing over an immortal sword. They were originally mine. You all ruined my great plans. He was extremely furious, and with great difficulty, he guided this immortal sword to his side. Chapter 1466. The immortal sword was simple and unadorned, its entire body dark red as if it had been drenched in blood, leaving behind mottled marks. It floated beside Yi Fan and the others. This thing was difficult to put away. It wasn't like other emperor weapons that didn't have any fluctuations after calming down. This sword's killing intent surged into the heavens. This wasn't divine might fluctuations, but a type of aura. It was like this from birth. According to a hidden record, when the killing sword was forged, it continuously hacked through the 9 heavens. The killing tribulation it committed was too great. It was to the extent where some people said that the scene of immortal slaughter carved on the sword was real. On the day the killing sword was forged, it merged with the formation diagram and directly hacked into immortal domain under the control of the numinous treasure celestial being. Of course, the truth had long been unverifiable. Perhaps it was all fabricated. At this time, Yi Fan wanted to hold the killing sword in his hand, but he felt that it was too difficult. This immortal sword's killing intent surged for hundreds of thousands of li. It was like this normally. Only by slowly adapting can one hold this sword, or else they will be injured by it. This was everyone's unanimous opinion. Let me try, Ji Ziyue said. She was an origin spirit body and could merge with the source of all things, drawing out all source power for her own use. Killing intent was also included in this list. Soon after, her face turned pale, but she really did hold the sword in her hand. Even though it was trembling slightly, she really did it. This is a good start. Pang Bo nodded. Hurry and let go. If this sword awakens on its own, the wielder's body and soul will most likely be destroyed. Ji Haoyue said. She was worried about her little sister, afraid that something would happen to her. The human-shaped ghost face lamp floated in the air, flickering with green light. Scriptures rang out, making this place appear extremely strange. However, no matter what, it couldn't draw the other 2 immortal swords over. They were all intercepted. Retreat, leave this place. Otherwise, this sword's killing intent is too heavy and they will come looking for us. Everyone traversed the void and arrived at another dark sky to discuss how to deal with this sword. The sacred prince said that he didn't need it, giving it to Yi Fan's group because he had a flawless emperor weapon. It was clear that no one could hold this sword in their hands right now, so they decided to put it in the green copper cauldron. Using the ghost face lamp as a companion and nourishing it with the 5 elements immortal qi, when the time came, everyone would slowly get closer to it. Perhaps after a long time, they would be able to gain its recognition and use it for themselves. When they returned to this part of the sky, emperor weapons collided. This place was boiling with killing. The 10,000 dragon bell, smelting god pot, and Tao evolution immortal robe clashed. All the saints fought over the remaining 2 immortal swords. The most ancient divine mountain had turned to dust. Its status in the divine realm was similar to that of the Buddhist sect's Mount Meru. After countless years of accumulation, all of the power of faith had been exhausted. In this battle, almost all the people in the divine domain had died. In the end, only the second in the world, Yan Chongtian, survived and disappeared into the vast star field. The rest had all perished. Buzz. The Emperor weapon blasted apart the cosmos, even more so engulfing the killing formation diagram at the very top, making it tremble intensely, releasing a powerful wave of fluctuations. The remaining 2 killing swords released zheng sounds, rushing into the heavens, merging with the formation diagram, tearing apart the cosmos, thus disappearing. All the saints let out long cries of hatred. In the end, this was the result. Nothing was left behind. They were full of unwillingness, all of their faces were ashen, and their hearts were stifled. The great sage, who was wearing the Tao Evolution Immortal robe, was the first to tear apart the void and disappear from this place. After that, the remaining ones roared angrily and also dispersed in the following days. The other shore of the gods had completely disappeared. This place was a void, and there were only injuries and blood, burying countless creatures. How vast was the cosmos! The so-called 10,000 heavens and 10,000 domains were mostly man-made pure lands or mid-sized heaven domains, which were small worlds. There were very few true ancient stars with life, especially those that were formed naturally. They were all incredible ancient lands, but now, they had been destroyed just like that. It made people sigh in regret. A huge ancient coffin lay across the ice-cold cosmos, burying the void. Strands of terrifying aura extended out, and there were terrifying Tao waves spreading. From start to finish, no one could open the 9th layer of the coffin. The divine domain was destroyed. It had long torn apart the cosmos and rushed into the distance. The emperor corpse had never appeared. It didn't see Ji Ziyue and her brother. It began a new journey, with no end in sight. It never stopped, submerging into the depths of the dark cosmos. Yi Fan and the others stayed here for more than half a month, collecting the 5 elemental immortal qi. These 5 continents were extremely terrifying. They were suspected to be formed from the 5 viscera of the spirit treasure celestial being. The shape was very similar, and they were boundlessly huge. Only when everyone was unable to contain the 5 elemental essence and all of their treasures were full did they leave and continue on their way. From the sea of bitterness to the other shore, why do I feel like I'm moving forward in the body of the ancient celestial being, from bottom to top, advancing step by step? Pang Bo said. Who would have such a huge body? Moreover, there are endless star domains in between. One of the 10 saints shook his head. A real human body naturally isn't that huge. I'm saying that after the ancient celestial being passed away, there was a special unforeseen event. He merged into the cosmos, and some parts seem boundlessly huge, while some parts should be considered normal, Pang Bo said. We can continuously advance in this direction. If our suspicions are correct, we might be able to see an enormous head. Longma's eyes shone. Let's go take a look. The sacred prince held the immortal iron rod and said. He loved challenges the most. In the end, they activated the divine light platform, and then continued in the same direction. After passing through who knew how many star domains, they really did arrive in an ancient land. There is a life aura up ahead. After spending a long time, continuously moving through the cosmos, they unexpectedly discovered something. They suspected that they arrived in an ancient region with life stars. This was outside of their expectations. It's a bit familiar. I seem to have come here before. Yi Fan stared blankly. After entering this star domain, there was a feeling of déjà vu. It gradually became more and more clear. Stars flew backwards one after another. The familiar aura was getting closer and closer. Yi Fan finally knew where this place was. He really did come here before. When they were still quite far away, an enormous human head rested in front of them. To be more precise, it was a star, incomparably massive. It turned into an ancient star, moving about there. We've been here before. Longma and the others were all shocked. They revealed strange expressions. They never expected it to be here. What kind of place is this? Ji Ziyue asked. Heavenly Soldier Ancient Star. Yi Fan explained. Wang Ziwen is here. Pang Bo was shocked. He had heard him mention this before. Right now, he felt extremely excited. He could actually meet an old friend. There were many legends about Heavenly Soldier Ancient Star. According to the records, this was one of the training grounds for emperors. The entire ancient star was actually the head of a supreme being. Now, it seemed like it was true. Even though it was truly a head, it couldn't have been chopped off by someone. It was because it was the spiritual treasure celestial being. Who had such terrifying strength? This is too terrifying. Legends, records, true and false. Only by exploring this place can one understand. Yi Fan was greatly troubled. He thought of many things. The core of this ancient star, which was also the immortal platform of the Supreme Being's head, still had an immortal flame that hadn't been extinguished. That was the primordial spirit Tao light. Could it be that the spiritual treasure celestial being is still alive? That's impossible. The ancient celestial being was too mysterious. Even the enormous corpse left behind made people feel bewildered. It was truly unfathomable. Go, let's go meet an old friend and drink to our heart's content with Wang Ziwen. Pang Bo laughed loudly. The sacred prince carried the metal rod and continuously circled around the ancient star. He was extremely interested in this enormous head that had turned into a star. He wanted to cut it open to see what was going on. Compared to the sea of reincarnation, a head this big really isn't much. Ji Haoyue said, extremely calm. Since we've come, our strength has increased greatly. Moreover, we have emperor weapons in our hands this time. We can go underground and get to the bottom of this place. Yi Fan couldn't forget about that mysterious golden crow egg. He wouldn't forget that powerful fire crow. It sat there for 2,000 years and almost never appeared on the surface. It stayed at the core, protecting a golden divine egg. One had to know that this ancient region had a total of 3 great sage. That fire crow was one of them. The golden divine egg it protected was definitely no small matter. Alright, let's go and get to the bottom of this. After the sacred prince heard this, he immediately became excited. First, they descended on this ancient star and directly found Wang Ziwen's residence. After so many years, his situation was quite good. His father-in-law had become the great sage, and his own cultivation progress was also very fast. Pang Bo. Even though Wang Ziwen was pleasantly surprised to see Yi Fan, he wasn't really shocked. After all, they had met before. He didn't expect to see Pang Bo here again. It really had been more than 100 years. Uncle. Wang Chen and Wang Shi, this pair of siblings, toasted at the banquet, causing Pang Bo to be momentarily stunned. Then, he sighed ruefully and immediately presented 2 great gifts. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Yi Fan asked about the situation at the core. Wang Ziwen shook his head and told him that the fire crow had left. This fire crow great sage truly possesses remarkable abilities, actually bringing away the final lump of immortal foundation fiery liquid and disappearing together with that mysterious egg. This was what Wang Ziwen's father-in-law told him. Yi Fan and the others were shocked. The mysterious golden egg disappeared. Where was it brought to? It was clear that the great sage was extremely cautious. He sensed something and directly left this star domain. They carried emperor weapons deep into the ground. When they arrived here, they discovered that this place was cold and cheerless. The immortal flame liquid and other things were all gone. Are you sure that was the golden crow egg and not the primordial spirit nirvana of the spiritual treasure celestial being? Pang Bo asked. This, the ancient celestial being can't live for that long. Yi Fan shook his head. Wu, is the spiritual treasure celestial being from the human race? Don't tell me it originated from the golden crow race? The sacred prince's question was even stranger, making everyone a bit speechless. In the end, they lingered in this star domain for many days. The main reason was for Yi Fan to undergo his tribulation, consolidate his Tao fruit, and comprehend the celestial emperor's fist. Without a doubt, Yi Fan had directly advanced to the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Saint King realm. His strength had long since reached that level. He was not recognized by the world and was only undergoing the tribulation today. Constantly delaying was not a solution. After passing the tribulation, his Tao fruit would become more solid. In the end, Yi Fan and the others left. Wang Ziwen also wanted to follow. He wanted to go against the human race's ancient path and return to Earth to take a look. Now that he had the coordinates in hand. "Father, we'll go with you." Both of his children wanted to follow. "The starry sky is very dangerous. Wait until you are a bit stronger," Wang Ziwen said. He had been tormented for so many years. He always wanted to return to his hometown and always woke up with tears in his dreams. Wait a bit longer. The starry sky is about to become chaotic. It's not suitable for you to go on your journey, said the great sage. Wang Ziwen's father-in-law asked him and his children to stay, warning them that it was not the time to go on their journey. Yi Fan and Pang Bo silently waved their hands. They also wanted to go back, but now they still had to go forward. "Let's part ways here. I'll cross a few ancient paths and won't go with you." When they arrived at a holy city on the human race's ancient path, the sacred prince said goodbye. The monkey wanted to temper himself and fight the cruelest battles. Now, it was enough for Yi Fan and the others on the human race's ancient path. He wanted to cross regions and enter other legendary ancient star lands. After a period of time, after I've defeated all the enemies and reached the end of a path, I'll return to the Big Dipper to take a look. "What about you?" the sacred prince asked before he left. "I'll go back too." Yi Fan promised him that he would return to the Big Dipper ancient star domain in the future to witness the path to immortality. "After this farewell, I don't know how many years it will be before we meet again. Sacred Prince, take care." Ji Ziyue waved her hand and everyone sent him off. "Now, where are we going?" Pang Bo asked. "We'll go to the human race's final trial to see what's going on." Yi Fan replied. Now, no one could stand in his way. He had killed all the young experts who dared to compete with him. Golden Snake Prince, Sanggu, the heaven-devouring beast, the Earth Corpse, and the others had fallen. This had long since shaken the human race's ancient path. "Alright, let's go see what the human race's final trial is like. We'll ascend to the peak." Everyone was filled with lofty sentiments as they set off.